message
It's,
for
it's
stop if
Just try.
If you stop talking, he'll stop talking. You remember how you look? Just stop talking.
You just trying to hit the crybaby on Fatty, and now you crying.
if crying is something of a feminine man, Rose is
fine.
right. Stop motherfucking crying like a baby because you can get your way.
I just want us all to acknowledge.
Go ahead, AVG and the Gene CEO, and then we close it out. Shout out to SH for being here. I appreciate you. Go ahead, AVG.
It's been a long time that he's been beaten down on his own show by PH Diva, and finally, here is his safe space where he is able to be his true emotion.
Good to see everybody. We're gonna have a little bit of a debate. I don't know exactly what we are waiting for. Well, I know what we're waiting for, but I'm already here. I'll do some testing. So I'm gonna put another song and we can just listen to that while we wait. Oh man. You know what? I think I have another one. Yeah, I have another one.
Run it back. Ain't glorified thorn type beat. Why you on the street and talk bad about me? If it ain't deep, why you acting all deep? All my friends are asleep. Jump in the Jeep. Look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on the street talking like I know.
Thank you very much for the 2. For the 2, Bree. You know, if you're a broke girl, you say so. With the 2 Canadian says, now I shall be first.
Get it, Rachel.
Thank you very much. AW Radio, Coolio, good to see you, man. Oh man, I got first today, and I did a full-on steamroll for like the beginning of the stream on VIX. I didn't even mean like half the thing I said. I was just having fun. Yeah, it was fun. Thank you, everybody.
You are not a saint, you're a pile of dirt. Dancing on stream when you could've went to church. Buy my merch, wear my clothes, listen to my songs, watch my shows. Yeah. Tell me I'm a good person, even though I am the worst person I know. Ain't glorified or a type beat. Why you on the street and talk bad about me? If it ain't deep, why you acting all deep? All my frenemies who's asleep. Jump in the Jeep, look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on the street talking like different. Tried to make it better and I only made it worse. Forgot why I started doing this in the first place. Showing you the hole in my chest cause it works. I don't have a choice, I was doing it for you, King. Telling me I'm cool and you like what I'm doing. This is how I am, even
I'm not interested in people that aren't Rachel.
Like Luke King. Nice guy turn into a killer like Wu-Tang. I don't wanna do it, but I'm scared that I will. I've been never proud since I took the red pill. I've been never proud since before I was a shill. I always was a shill. I've never been a shill. I remember back making videos of Will. People gather around, watch me feel the way I feel. Well, I feel it still. Only difference now is I know that it's real. Ain't glorified or a type beat. Why you on the street and talk bad about me? If it ain't deep, why you acting all deep? All my frenemies who's asleep. Jump in the Jeep, look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on the street talking like I know.
The walk-off goes hard too. Dang, she did that. Yeah, she did that. She did that. What?
It is true. She in fact
To Orc?
did that.
Ozzy, baby. Ozzy, baby.
Dum, dum, dum. Oh yeah. That the video.ninja, that thing? It's the same password? No, you didn't. I see it now. I'm sorry, I'm sick, okay? Okay. So password. A password is a apples for you. 334. Hope nobody listened to that. Oh no. You can't hear me? Lord, someone called Trump. Which mamas? uh, she's fine. She's fine. I'm fine. You fine? Okay. So I can go on cam if you really want me to, but I'm sick and I would prefer not to. But if you want me to, I can be on cam. I mean, I'm giving you. Alright. Sure. I'll be there in a moment then. Okay. Let me mute for just a second. I know you guys can hear it, but I can. Oh man. Hope everyone's having a good day. I see that Trump is after me for some reason. His password got leaked. Oh no. Hey Beery, hey Lion, good to see everybody. Riveting stuff. But we'll do fine. The debate's gonna be interesting though.
So one more time, we have Emmett on the affirmative. Emmett, would you please be so kind as to introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Emmett. I am.
You are muted, Emmett.
I'm muted. Oh, my apologies. Hello. My name is Emmett. I have a YouTube channel that's called Emmett. It's called Count Emmett. I do art stuff over there. I'm a graduate on video game design and art, and I do ethics debates and sometimes some political debates. I enjoy very different types of debates and conversations, and yeah, I'm very happy to have this away with Leaf. It's going to be interesting. I hope.
Very cool. And you guys I will drop that link. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much, Chief, for dropping that link in the chat. Give that follow. We're going to go over to our opposition tonight on the negative. We have Lethe Waterkai. Please introduce yourself, sir. Tell us who you are and where we can find you.
Hey yo, it's your boy Lethe Waterkai on all platforms. I'm sure a few people know me from around here, but I tend to talk politics, goofy stuff, and every now and again, horseradish manages to get me to debate someone. So that's what we're gonna do today.
And I am honored every time. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock. Again, as I said, Lethe asked to go first tonight, and Emmett said that was okay with him. So I'm going to go ahead and kick this over to you, Lethe. Whenever you are ready to start, please go ahead.
Okay. So morality is inherently a subjective construct, dependent on sentient interpretation. Without entities to perceive and evaluate actions, morality ceases to exist as a meaningful concept. Each individual defines morality through personal experience, while societal discourse shapes broader ethical norms. These collective agreements then filter into social frameworks that guide behavior, eventually forming the foundation for legal systems. However, these moral structures are neither universal nor absolute, and they are always downstream from the individual's own internal morality. What is considered just in one culture may be viewed as reprehensible in another. Thus, rather than being a rigid or innate principle, morality is fluid, shaped by context, consensus, and the evolving nature of human civilization. This fluidity does not render morality meaningless or arbitrary. Instead, it underscores its profound importance as a living, responsive force within human societies, because morality emerges from the interplay of individual conscience and collective experience. It carries the capacity for both remarkable progress and dangerous division. Throughout history, we have witnessed how differing moral frameworks have clashed, sometimes violently. When one group attempts to impose its internal sense of right and wrong upon another, from ancient tribal codes to modern debates over bioethics, criminal justice, and human rights, the tension between personal conviction and societal expectation remains constant. Consider how this subjectivity manifests in everyday life. An action praised as courageous self defense in one community might be condemned as excessive violence in another. Practices surrounding family structure, economic fairness, or individual liberty vary dramatically across borders, not because one side lacks moral insight, no, but because their foundational experiences and interpretive lenses differ. Even within a single society, generational shifts reveal morality's malleable nature. Behaviors once widely accepted gradually become taboo, while previously fringe ideas gain moral authority through changing circumstances, new knowledge, and evolving empathy. This invites us to approach ethical questions with intellectual humility. If morality is downstream from individual interpretation, then genuine moral discourse requires listening before declaring, understanding context before judging, and recognizing that our own deeply held principles are themselves products of time, place, and personal journey. It challenges us to build bridges across differences rather than walls of moral superiority. Legal systems, while necessary for ordered society, should therefore remain adaptable, reflecting the best available consensus while preserving space for conscientious dissent and future evolution. Ultimately, embracing the subjective foundations of morality does not lead to nihilism. It leads to responsibility. Each one of us becomes an active participant in the ongoing creation of ethical norms. We shape morality through our choices, our empathy, our willingness to question assumptions, and our courage to stand by convictions, even when they swim against the current consensus. In an increasingly interconnected world, this awareness becomes not just philosophical, but practical. It equips us to navigate cultural differences, resolve conflicts, and pursue shared human flourishing without demanding uniformity of belief. As we engage in this discussion today, let us carry forward this understanding. Morality is not a fixed star by which we all must navigate, but a constellation we chart together, always open to new perspectives and new experiences, and better angels of our nature. By acknowledging its subjective roots, we gain the wisdom to treat it with care, seriousness, and the creativity it deserves. I will end my time there.
So then, we're going to go ahead and put that 5 minutes back on the clock. This is now your time, Emmett, to go ahead and respond to, use as much of this as you want to question, set up your own arguments, et cetera, et cetera. This is still the cross-examination phase, but you don't have to use the whole thing. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Correct. So when you say that morality is subjective, do you mean that the subject is the one that decides what moral is?
It is subjective in the sense that it is an emergent property that comes from human consciousness and experiences.
Yeah, who decides what is moral?
Society decides what is moral.
So wouldn't it be collective then?
Yes, it does happen in a collective way, usually based on individual societies or tribes or whatever small group within
Individual societies? What are we talking about? Are we talking about societies and individuals, or are we talking about individuals as individuals?
Well, if morality were a objective thing, then we would all have the same morality, no matter what culture, what society, what tribe. So it is collective.
So it does depend upon the collective, right? The collective is the one that decides what moral is.
Correct.
And there is no actual standard of what morality is, right? You said that it's kind of like a constellation.
It's usually decided based on the sensibilities of the society and what the needs of that society are.
It is like a constellation or not?
It is definitely like a constellation.
What is a constellation?
Constellation is a grouping of stars or events or ideas.
Okay, if you don't know what a star is or a grouping of a star is, can you have an idea of what a constellation is?
A definition of a constellation is something that's arbitrary based on human definitions and language.
So you don't have a way to even know what a constellation is in your case? You're just making it up in accordance to your preferences?
Oh, unfortunately, society has given us ways of defining things.
That's not the question. The question is, I'm sorry. This is my cross. That's not the question. The question is whether or not is constellation just a made-up term that means absolutely nothing except what you prefer it means.
Constellation is a subjective term that is used to define something that we have observed.
Okay, can you observe morality?
You can observe morality.
You can? Can you please tell me the object that tells you what moral is?
It's based on what the sensibilities of society is. As I said in my opening,
yeah.
One thing can wait.
You said observe. Wait. We're talking about objects. You said it's an object that we observe, so you have to be able to sense it with
I didn't say
your
it was
senses.
an object. You said, can you observe?
Yeah, can you observe it?
You can observe a moral act.
We're talking about. We're talking about something akin to a scientific method. Okay, it's senses based. So you say observe. Can you observe morality? Can you have access to it physically?
No.
Okay, and so it's morality would be observed in accordance to the preferences of whatever the group collective is, not the subjective, right? It's about the collective.
Say that one more time.
So the observation of it would be observing a thing we made up in accordance to the collective that we have, right?
No, not by what you just said. It would be observing actions, not observing morality itself.
Actions, yeah, but the actions that we're looking at, we're looking them to the prism of this social construct. We build it up, we made it up, okay, and we decide in this build-up idea whether it's good or bad because of our collective experience with our pairs.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's it. Thank you so much for the cross horse radish.
All right. Now we're going to go ahead and go over to you. 5 minutes on the clock for your opening. Use as much as you'd like, sir. Start it up when you're ready.
Okay, so whenever we talk about when we see it directly with him, he says morality is subjective, and then he contradicts himself by saying, well, morality is not actually subjective, it's actually collective. What they mean is morality is in accordance to what we prefer. We, as in me first, because I will say that it's subjective, but the moment that I try to extract whether or not it is actually subjective, it's not, it's collective now. Why? Because it's all about power. All I care is about actually force or power, and all they really are meaning by this idea of subjective is that they experience it. So if whenever I talk with people as subjectivists, one of the things I ask them about is the sun. Is the sun is objective or is it subjective? And they will mostly tell you a wumble mumble of things, but it ends up being objective because they have something that they can observe outside of it. With morals, they have a different kind of problem, because this idea of morality comes from what is good, and good is a subjective object, right? It's something that is mind dependent. It depends upon the mind. So if it's dependent upon the subject, it would be a fallacy of authority. Why? Because we're saying I am the one that decides what good or bad is. And when I ask you, well, why should we believe you? Why should I, as a different subject, believe what is good in accordance to you is actually good? And then they shift immediately. Well, it's not about me. It's about the collective. That's why we have laws. That's why we decide. Even though a second ago it was supposed to be subjective, so now it's collective. There's the first contradiction that we can find in his argument, but it's not the only one, because even when it comes to the collective, you ask them, well, if the collective decides what moral is, and you have two different moral standards for two different groups of people, which one is correct? They will tell you the one that I prefer, because they don't have an actual idea of what morality is or where to come from. It's just a construct that was made up and has been sustained by made up ideas. So is there anything good or bad in that idea, in that kind of ideation? No, there's nothing that is actually good or bad. In order for us to have access to good or bad, we need to have a standard, an actual thing that we can call upon that says, hey, this is good or this is bad. We usually, when it comes to the ideation of it, we have different ways to go for it. When we need to have something that is transcendental, something that can have universal properties, and we need a mind, because it's mind dependent, that will have that capacity of having these kind of concepts that are mind dependent and universal, for us to even say, hey, this is good or bad. Otherwise, good or bad is not actually a word that means good or bad. It just means what I prefer, or in his case, what my group prefers. So it's interesting for me to see these kind of ideas, because the debate in and of itself is, can we be moral without God? And the answer is, if you're talking about having a justification for morality, no. If you want to have like this imagination, this imaginative idea of what good is, oh, I imagine it to be good because I say so, then maybe you can say that. But at that point, aren't you exactly the same thing you would be attacking whenever you talk to one of these fundamentalists? Oh, it's the sky daddy, the thing they imagined, the thing they thought, whatever. They don't have any reason to believe in that. But I don't have any reason to believe in you or your society, or think that you have any reason to tell me what moral or good actually is, right? So in all, what I'm saying is, we don't have access to what is good without having this idea of a transcendental mind for us to have a standard of what things are, right? Just like I asked when it comes to the constellation. If I don't know what the stars are and you tell me what a constellation is, there's no way for me to actually know what you're talking about. When you say, oh, this is good, and I ask you, well, what good is? And you say, well, I don't have a standard for good. How do I know you're talking about something that's good at all? And with this, I am sitting the 30 seconds of my time. Thank you so much. Well, one last time, sorry. Thank you so much for Horseradish to hosting this debate. You better hit that like and subscribe to him. And thank you so much to my opponent for accepting the debate.
Cheers. All right. So we will go back open to this. Lethe, 5 minutes is going on the clock. This is your time for cross-examination, sir. Go ahead and use it as you see fit.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
If a person standing on a cliff takes a baby and throws the baby off the cliff,
Mm-hmm.
did a good thing happen?
It would depend upon their society, right?
I'm asking you.
Well, I would say, in accordance to the belief of God, something bad happened. Yes.
Okay, so in a world without God and a person throws a baby off a cliff,
Mm-hmm.
did a bad thing happen?
I don't know. It would depend upon the society,
So
right?
I'm asking you.
I'm telling you, it would be dependent upon the society. If there is no God and there's no standard of what good or bad is, the society, which is a collective that decides whether a thing is good or bad, they will be the ones saying if it's good or bad.
Are you a member of society?
I am a member of society, yes.
So you get a vote in what you consider is good or bad in society. So I'm asking you,
Well, in
in a
this,
world
in
without a
yes,
God,
in this
do
society,
you think a bad thing happened?
in this society, I have a vote. But if I was in a different society, like a monarchy, I wouldn't have a vote, and I would still have my interpretation of maybe what is good or bad. But I wouldn't have any justification to say it is good or bad. It would just be a thing that happened.
So you can't collectively say what your opinion is in regards to an action that's being done.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter my opinion. It would
You're
be
incapable.
dependent upon the
No, it
collective.
matters because
So
I'm asking you. I
yeah,
asked what your opinion is.
again, it wouldn't matter my opinion. If my opinion is bad, but the collective decides that it's good, the collective is the one that would grant the right for people to throw babies off cliffs. Like they're doing right now with abortion, for example.
And you think abortion is good or bad?
I think it's bad, but society think it's good.
Okay, so that's perfectly fine.
Mhm.
You're entitled to that opinion. So you have given a metric of what you consider good or bad. Now,
No.
what
I
do you
have a
ground it in?
good reason to believe that there is such thing as good or
What do
bad
you ground
outside
it
of
in?
me. If there is no such thing as God, it's just my preference. I would prefer babies not to be killed, but it doesn't mean anything.
So subjectively, you would rather babies not be killed.
Yeah,
So what is the
subjectively.
thing you ground this opinion in?
I would ground it to transcendentals. I would say that a mind for something to be universal, so something to be good, universally good or bad. For example, babies thrown off cliffs be universally bad. I would need to have a mind that is able to ground that universal concept. So I need a God in order for me to be able to say this is bad.
What God is this? What if this is a God that likes babies getting killed?
Yeah, this is outside the scope of the
So
debate. We're talking
your
about
opinion
whether or
is
not God
contrary to
is
the God.
necessary or not.
Well, yeah, you have to show me that your God grounds these morals that you hold.
No, I don't. I just have to show you that they're a God, well, a transcendental entity that has the mind of a God. I mean, in all but name, maybe it's necessary for good to even exist.
So what you're telling me is that your morals can be aside from what this God deems good or bad?
I can have my preferences, but that's not morality, right? Because good doesn't depend upon me. Unless you think so. If you say, hey, Emmet, you are the one that decides what morality is in all senses. So let me ask you all of the questions of the world when it comes to morality so that I can follow it to the letter, then yes.
Entitled. You're
Why would I be
entitled
entitled?
to deem certain actions moral or immoral? You deem abortion to be immoral, even though society thinks it's moral. Am I
Well, you
wrong?
deem it to be immoral too, right? Because you think throwing babies off cliffs is bad.
I asked you a question. I would like you to answer it.
Okay, could you ask me the question again? My apologies.
I'm saying you consider abortion to be immoral.
Mhm.
This is your moral system. It goes against society's moral system. Therefore, you have a different moral compass than other portions of society.
Yeah, but I have a good justification to believe that that morality is even accessible. So it's not about my preferences; it's about my duties.
Demonstrate that justification?
Yes, we can go through the. Yeah, of course, I can go through the transcendental argument if you want me to.
How does a transcendental argument demonstrate what the moral system is?
Because we need universality in order for me to say this is good or this is bad, so that everything in the instances of throwing babies off cliffs, it's universally bad. Otherwise, it's arbitrary. It depends upon the society I live on, or it depends upon my preferences. And if you're talking about preferences of my society or me, those things that we consider to be good or bad are not actually good or bad. It's just a synonymous for the preferences that we have. So we don't have access to good or bad.
Right. Just so you gentlemen know, it is now, we're going to move into, like I said, it's a really long time. It's 30 minutes. I'm certain by the pace you guys are already taking, you're not going to have any problems keeping going. But if you both decide that you've found the corners of the argument, you have nothing else to say, let me know and we'll call it and move on to closings. Also, don't forget that if you have anything that you need looked up, I am here and ready. So as you were, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't demonstrate the universality of these morals or where they come from.
Well, that's your
And
claim.
people, even though this opinion, well, no, this is your claim. You're
No,
saying
that's
you
your
can,
claim is that
but
I
you
cannot
haven't done so.
demonstrate it. I can demonstrate it
Okay,
logically.
demonstrate it.
All right, so
No,
whenever we
demonstrate it. Show
Yeah.
me
show you,
the tablet or whatever it is where these universal morals stem from.
it's a logical demonstration. We're gonna go through an argument. What are you talking about?
If that's what you need, go right ahead.
Okay. So, would you agree that we're talking about mind-dependent concepts, right?
Yes.
So we don't have the object of it. I cannot show you the good as an object in reality made out of atoms, for example, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So, if this mind-dependent concept is just dependent upon upon a subjective being, there is no such thing as good or bad. It's just whatever he prefers that is good or evil, right?
Say that one more time.
If there is no universality, if there is nothing in a true form of an action being good or evil, it's just whatever the subject prefers. There is no trueness of good and evil. It's just dependent upon the subject, right?
Well, there's a definition of good. So, yes.
That is the definition of good dependent upon an accordance or an agreement on the preferences of collective.
No, it's a concept.
Yeah, but is
We
it a
don't all
universal
think the same
concept?
things are good or bad.
Is it a universal
No, it's
concept?
not a good is not a universal concept.
The concept of, they said that there's a definition. Is this definition universal?
The definition is understood by everyone that speaks the language or understands the language, yes.
What about the people that speak a different language? Would they have access to good or to this definition of good?
They may have a word for good. I assume they have a word for good or at least a concept of good.
And this concept is
There are things they
universal or
prefer
is
and
it
things they
dependent
don't
upon the
prefer.
collective?
It depends upon the individual.
So each individual has a different concept of what good is?
Yes, each individual has a different concept of
Okay,
what good
perfect.
and bad are.
And it depends upon what they prefer, good and bad be?
Yes.
So there's no actual good thing or bad thing? It's just a preference of the people?
To the individual, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So if that is the case, then there is no actually good or bad. It's just, a preference thing. I prefer this thing because I think that I like it. And they don't prefer it because they think that they don't like it. They don't have access to good or evil. It's just that in your case, you think of it as a word game. We say good or evil because it's a word that we think can be fitting to thing. But when you're talking about universal concepts of what good and evil actually is in the worldview that I have, that means that there is a justification for me to say the actions that you're taking are against a nature, are against what good is, and there's an objective fact of good. That's the difference between you and me. I don't want to talk past each other.
I'm wondering, do you think anchovies are good?
They're irrelevant.
They're irrelevant. So you don't
Yeah,
have an opinion
eating
on
would be the
things that you
thing
eat.
is sustenance for the body would be good in some cases. you know. But it's not a, we're not talking about the terminology of what actually good or evil is. We're talking about whether or not eating, I guess.
So, in all the objective nature and your
Mhm.
access to that objective nature, you can't tell me what you think is good or bad.
No, I can tell you I can tell you what is good or bad, but I can tell you what is actually good or bad.
Why? Why can
Because
you tell
I
me what's
have
good or bad?
justification.
From
I
what?
have good reason to believe that something
Give
is
me
good
your
or
reason.
bad.
What is it?
It's God.
What is
God
it?
is the reason.
What God? Explain,
Oh my
demonstrate the
God.
God.
I don't need to tell you which God, because this is out of the scope of the debate. I just have to
You
tell you
kinda
that
do.
is God, because
You
he needs.
kinda do.
You need to have a nature of universality for good to be a thing.
Okay, then let's say it's the demiurge, and the
Mhm.
demiurge wants all babies dead. That's the God.
Yeah. So we would need to go with what is just justification to believe in the demiurge, right? What is the demiurge?
I have no reason to believe in this. You're the one who's saying
Perfect. Then you
that
have no
this is grounded in the
justification, so I
God.
don't need to contend with you, because the justification
demiurge
is a good reason to
can
believe,
give you
right?
there's no need to have justification for axioms.
In this case, we do, because we're talking about why do you believe what you believe. So the justification of why do you believe what you believe is the necessary precondition. I believe what I believe because I believe in the transcendental argument. So they are universal concepts that are rooted in a mind that is transcendental because of the nature of these concepts. They need a specific kind of mind because they have a specific kind of attributes, and they have to share them. So this mind that is transcendental needs to exist for these concepts to exist. Otherwise, I don't have access to said concepts. In reality, all I have is subjectivism, and there is no such thing as something outside of my mind that I can appeal to anything, right?
So you're using a circular argument, and you can't demonstrate.
It's not a
the
circular
subject of the
argument. The argument goes like this: there are mind-dependent concepts. Okay, concepts are mind-dependent. Concepts that are mind-dependent. There are some concepts, that are mind-dependent that are not dependent upon my mind. An example of it is 2 + 2 = 4. If these concepts are transcendental and not dependent upon my mind, then a transcendental mind has to be necessary for these concepts to exist. There's no circularity in it.
So you're telling me that you're grounding this concept in something that you can't demonstrate.
The concept has specific attributes, right?
So can you demonstrate its attributes?
Yes. 2 + 2 = 4. Is that universally true?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true in your mind?
Yes.
Does it have to be true in other minds that are not yours?
No.
Wait, 2 + 2 doesn't have to be true in other minds that is not yours?
People's minds can be in conflict. I can't speak for other people's minds. I'm talking about what I'm
Okay.
saying.
So perfect. So 2 + 2 = 5 in my mind is perfectly reasonable and right, because it's my mind.
So demonstrate that this has to come from a mind.
Because you cannot have it's not objective. What is the object of 2? It's mind dependent.
It's a definition. No, it's the way we classify objects.
No, we don't
So
classify
it is an
objects like that.
objective
There is no object of 2. Unless you can show. Listen, I will concede my whole argument if you can show me the object that is the concept of 2.
No, that's not how that works. It's an objective fact. It's something that is not mind dependent, that one object and another object equals 2 objects. This is a
No, that we're
concept that
talking
we
about
use.
objects now, but the objects is a different concept than 2. So I want the
Yes, the
concept. I want
object.
you to show me the object, because we're talking about objective. So something material, okay, that is the concept of 2. For example, I have a concept of sun, right? Okay, if I point to the sun, that is the object of the sun. Now I want you to do the same thing with 2.
The sun is an objective fact. The classification of sun is not objective. It's subjective.
The concept, okay, the pointer, the concept
the numbers
pointer
we're using
to the
are
sun, the
subjective.
object. Okay, I have a 2, the concept, point me to the object that is 2.
I'm saying the way we classify the numbers is subjective.
Perfect, then
The
it's not
concept
objective,
itself
so it's
is
mind
objective.
dependent. It's dependent upon the
No,
mind of the
math is-
subject. Okay, so
What
if
you
2
use
plus
is a
2,
classification system. So
I
you're
agree.
saying 2
Now-
isn't the same in Roman numerals?
I agree. It is the same because we're talking about objects. You're trying to do word concept fallacy, which is not necessary. The concept of 2 is 2 here, and it was 2 in the Romans. When you're talking about 2 plus 2 equals 4, if you say, in my mind it's true, but in your mind it doesn't have to be true, then in my mind, I say 2 plus 2 equals 5 is perfectly reasonable and justified for me to say it, right? In your worldview.
So you have to understand this is how we define objective reality.
Mhm.
It itself is not objective, it is subjective, and how we chose to define it.
Yeah, so if it's only subjective, like I said, and I can say exactly what I said, and I will be justified on my subjective mind. 2 plus 2 equals 5 is justified in my subjective in my subjective mind because I say it, right? No, I'm asking you.
That's the system that we use, and that's the system you learned.
2
You
plus
didn't come into
2
this world
equals
knowing 2 plus 2.
It doesn't matter. 2 plus 2 equals 5 in my subjective mind, and it's justified because it's according to my mind. I'm
Great, and
correct in
then
my
if 2
mind
plus
that 2 plus 2 equals 5.
You can demonstrate it. Then you can demonstrate it, correct?
No, I don't have to. Why would I have to do it? It's justified on
Because
my
if you're-
mind.
If you're using that as a classification system, it's not
Yeah.
going to work out for you if you can't demonstrate it.
You don't have to demonstrate good. What is the demonstration of good?
The demonstration of good is subjective, and some people are going to think
Yeah.
what one thing is good, and others will think it's bad.
2 plus 2 is subjective.
Then you have
5 is okay with me because I say so.
then congratulations.
But they're imperfect. You don't have you see how you don't have an access to what good is? You don't have an access to mathematics either. You just conceded to me that 2 plus 2 is 5. Sorry, you just conceded to me that 2 plus 2 equals 5 is completely justified in my worldview simply because it's subjective to me. So whatever I say that is good, even if you don't like it, it would be good because I say so.
When
And
did
the same thing would happen with evil. Anything I say about
you
evil
said
would be
you
evil
think
because
2
I
plus 2
say
is
so.
5. You said 2 plus 2 is 5.
I
just
did.
said, okay, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah,
I'm saying
exactly.
demonstrate how you got to that. I'm saying demonstrate how you got to that point.
Through my subjective experience.
Then congratulations. Your
Then
subjective
congratulations
experience
to
is
you.
flawed.
You don't have access to good or evil. It's just whatever you prefer. So you need a God. You need a standard. You need something outside of you to say, hey, this is good. This is the good. Otherwise, it's just, it's 5. It's 11. It's 5,981. And it will be okay.
So wait a minute.
Mhm.
So you're saying there's a mind that decides these things, and they're concrete and universal, correct?
Yes.
So that mind decided it, correct?
That mind is the justification for it, right?
So that would be inherently subjective, would it not?
It would be subjected to his mind. Yes.
Right. So that makes it subjective.
It would be objective to us because
No,
we are not
it
that
wouldn't.
mind, right?
But you're saying we have access to the subjectivity of that mind, which you have yet to demonstrate, but just going with your
Yeah.
hypothetical, we have
Listen.
access
We
what
went
comes from that subjective mind.
we went directly to mathematics. I point out there are these concepts that are universal. We talk about them, and you went directly to absurdism because you had to concede that your worldview is absurd because you
I
think that
didn't
2 plus
concede
2 equals
anything.
5.
I don't
No,
know.
you did,
I don't
because
know
you
how you
said
got
that it's
there.
fine. It's true. If I
No, I
believe
said
that
it's
it's 2
fine
plus
if
2
that's
equals
what you want to
5.
think.
Exactly, but you don't have any reason to tell me that I'm wrong.
No, I can just call you a moron and move on.
Perfect. I can just call you a moron and move on. There's nothing in
Right.
in that case. There's
And
nothing
so,
telling us if it's right or wrong.
wait, wait,
There's
wait,
no
wait,
universality.
No, what's the utility there?
It doesn't. Why are we adding utility?
Because if it doesn't have any utility, what's the point in it?
There are a lot of things that are not, that we don't have utils that you would consider to be necessary.
You're telling me what I consider to be necessary and what's not
Yes, there's a
necessary?
lot of
Hold on.
different things that that are not util
But you have to
based that we'll
establish that
consider to be
first.
necessary in society
No, you
even.
have to establish that first. So what I'm saying is, if a bunch of people think 2 plus 2 is 5,
Hmm.
then the utility that comes forward is they're going to get math wrong. They're not going to be able to function in society properly, and society is going to suffer from them being incorrect in that instance.
Is that bad?
I would say it's bad. It's bad for human flourishing.
I would say it's good. So what? Right?
So can you elaborate on why it's good?
Because I like it. It's my subjective experience of good, since I like that to be the good, and you have to agree with me that it's just subjective and there is no such thing as a universality of it, then in accordance to me, it will be good.
Do you understand the definition of good?
Go
Just
on,
one.
tell me the definition of good, let's say.
So something that possesses desirable qualities, or is morally excellent, or is beneficial, pleasant, or satisfactory.
Morally excellent, so that presupposes that there's morality?
Morality exists, yes.
Yeah, well, I
There's
would
no
say that
presupposition.
yeah, exactly, right? And morality is what tells you what good or bad is. So at the end of the day, I will say that the good is that which is in accordance to the nature of this being that has a transcendental mind, because he has the
So
transcendental, okay, he has the actual authority. That will not be a false authority. He has the actual authority to tell you what is good or bad, and the way that
you're
he tells you is through
presupposing
his
that,
being.
if what you're
Yeah, but
saying
you
is the
presuppose
case, you'd be able to
utility,
demonstrate it.
right?
I'm not presupposing utility. Utility is the survival of a species or a
Okay,
society.
let's say that there is
That's demonstrable.
yeah, let's say that there's the possibility that a baby being born right now is gonna be the next H-man. Would it be a utility-based action to go on and delete all the babies so that H-man 2.0, that's gonna be worse than H-man 2.1, is deleted before he is able to rise to power?
Mhm.
Would that be a
What's
good
your
thing?
question? Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you consider that the H-man was inherently evil from birth.
No, I don't consider him to be inherently evil for birth.
Well, it's a very weird hypothetical. I'm just riding with it for you, but I don't think people come into this world having any moral compass or understanding of the world around them, and it's something they have to learn, and it's an emergent quality that they gain or don't gain morals.
Wait, gain? Can you gain morals? Can you be? How do you
Yes,
gain
morals
morals?
are learned.
Well,
Morals are learned
from who?
through experiences, through teaching, through being in society, through seeing
To
outcomes.
the
You
collective?
have to have experiences. Yes.
So the South in the 1800s, when they were doing things that you probably don't like, they were perfectly fine because their morality was that they could do it.
They considered it moral. A lot of people in society didn't consider it moral. And
Yeah.
eventually the people that didn't consider it moral outweighed the people that considered it moral.
So all you care about is force, right?
I'm not saying this is about force. This is about opinion.
Well, it's
I
all
think
about
without
force
force, we could have
because
still gotten to that same outcome.
the only reason why why they are not doing it right now is because people with force stop them. So all that is moral in reality is those who have power and can put up their preference upon society. Those will be the moral people, because whatever they say is the
No, I
moral
disagree with
is
you.
the moral. Why?
You'd have to demonstrate that. You'd have to demonstrate that all
well,
moral actions are imposed by force.
that is your argument. Your argument is we
No,
have
that's not my argument.
subjective
You're saying
morals
it's my argument.
that are set up by society through the collective, and whatever the collective decides that is a moral thing is a moral thing.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
If you're doing something that society deems immoral, would
Mhm.
you have to be forced to stop it?
Yes. You have two ways of forcing people, right?
Ah.
First one is coercion. The second one is through restraint. So you
It
either are
sincerely
coercing to
sounds
it
like
by saying
whatever you
you're either are
it sincerely
sorry.
sounds like whatever you derive your morals from is morally abhorrent.
You can say that, but I mean that's your preference. So when you
It is.
there's two ways that morality deals with this, that society deals with this, right? One is coercion. So if you do this, you're gonna suffer X consequence, and the second one is you did this, thus X consequence is gonna happen to you. But but
That's a
there's
false
nothing
dichotomy.
there's not
That's a
actually
false
anything.
dichotomy.
But that's what
Stop. That's a
happens.
false dichotomy.
Isn't that what society does?
Truth
Isn't
is,
that what
good things happen.
what the
No,
system
no, no.
does?
Stop, dude. You're forcing a false dichotomy. You
Uh-huh.
can do a thing, and there can be bad outcomes that come from it, from society. Someone may harm you, you may go to jail.
Mhm.
Or you may do a thing and you get a good outcome. And that reinforces what your moral compass is.
No, not when it comes to society. When it comes to society, is you know that if you're going to delete somebody, I'm trying to be careful with TOS, right? That's why I'm talking this way, okay? But yeah, if you want to delete somebody, you know that there is the action that the police are going to try to go to you, to your house, take you, and put you in jail. So the coercion is don't do the deletion, or else if you do it, you're going to go to jail. And
What you're
the
telling
use
me
of
is
force
nobody's
of the
ever been
society is to
convinced
put you in
without
jail.
force. What you're telling me is without force, nobody has ever been convinced not to commit violence. Do you believe this to be true?
Through coercion, right? Or
Convinced
to
by one
appealing
means or
the,
another.
the only other way I see people being convinced to not commit force, for example, is through the appeal of something greater than they, and have access to moral standards that are outside of their own single-handedly mind. So they go through God. They appeal to these ideas beyond themselves.
If I come up to you and ask you,
Hmm.
hey, if you don't steal that candy bar, I'll give you $100. Is that force?
It's coercion, right?
Is that force?
No, I said there are different ways. That would be coercion.
I'm asking you if it's force. You can say yes or no.
I said no. No, it would be
Okay.
coercion. No,
So there are
comma. It
other
would be
means.
coercion.
So, but is it force?
No, it would be coercion.
Okay. So if it's not force, then apparently there are ways to get people to act morally in society without force.
Yeah, through the
And it doesn't seem
it's
to-
usually through the use of force, through coercion, or to appeals of higher good, or to something greater than them. Or in some cases, you can also say that there is like some kind of gift at the end. You're bribing them.
I can even, excuse me, concede that it could be
Mhm.
sufficient that somebody would lean toward a higher power, but it's not necessary.
It is necessary, because otherwise you have preferences. You don't have access to anything that is good.
So what you're telling me is there's some force that is necessarily
No, what I'm saying,
reinforcing moral actions.
no. What I'm saying is, in societally speaking, society, the only way they have to say what moral is, they do it through force. So what they do is they say, hey, we agreed on this. If you do X thing that we consider to be bad, we're gonna use force against you. That's the way that they do it through the societal standard. That's the way that you will
Okay.
come to the capacity of it. That's the only way you have. Okay, so all you care if there is such a thing as a God, something that is telling you or grounding the basics of what good or bad actually is. It's just preference, right? So you have a preference, and then you have a bunch of people who have different preference. And as an agent, what you want is to have as much people that agree with you, so that you can impose whatever preference of morality you have. But there's not actually something good or bad. It's just a thing that is preferred.
Yes, it is preferred that society function. It is preferred that we have people
Yeah.
being able to actualize themselves. It is preferred that
No,
people
but we
don't
don't.
steal or kill for
Yeah,
an
but that is
obvious
not the
reason.
case. That is not the case right now. For example, as I mentioned, can I say abortion, horseradish?
Yes, this would be like, I think, the
Absolutely.
third time
Okay.
you said it.
Just I just want to be sure because I don't know Twitch. So yeah,
Yeah.
if you go yeah, it's right now. For example, you talk about you want kids to be actualized, and we're deleting them in the womb. I don't care.
Okay, so may I ask, what happens if you don't do the moral actions that this objective hypothetical being wants?
Well, you will be acting. You will be doing evil, right? You will be acting in
Then what
disagreement with
happens?
what good is. Well,
Then what
in
happens?
what we normally see is, or if you go to my idea, it would be you would suffer through your own actions because you have free will. So you will suffer the consequences of not acting in accordance to his will.
That sounds pretty subjective, and that shows that people can act outside of their interests and go against their morals or the morals of society and suffer for it. But that doesn't show that this objective thing wants or doesn't want anything.
No, I think it would be very objective, right? To you, instead of you doing what you prefer instead of doing what is good, and you suffer the consequences of your stupid preferences because what you did is obviously wrong. Well, maybe not obviously, but it's wrong. So you
I
would
mean, it's
be
supposed to be obvious if it's
you would be
objective.
having that you would be having the problems of acting that it's not in accordance to what is good.
So let's take an objective thing. So, like you've
Mhm.
used the example of the sun. The sun is an objective fact, right? The sun exists.
Yes.
Okay. So, in regards to this being, how do we know what it deems objectively moral?
In regards to that object, I would say that there's nothing moral about it. It's just an object.
I'm asking you what the necessary being, how do we know what it objectively states as moral?
Oh, you're asking about God. Well, I would say, and I
I'm
would.
asking about the necessary thing. If
Yeah,
you say it's a
you're talking
God,
about God. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the sun. Yeah, if you're talking about about
the
God,
sun doesn't want anything.
what?
The sun doesn't want anything.
No, the sun is just an object. It has no morality on it. There's no morality attached to an object. So when it comes to God, because it doesn't have a mind. Anyway, when it comes to God, it would be whatever he wants, right? The thing that is good is him because he is the being. And you, as a lesser being, don't actually have any right to tell him what good or bad is, in a sense. It would be
But how
absolutely
do we
directed to
know
him.
what it
Oh, through
thinks
his
is
revelation.
moral?
Yeah, through his revelation. He loved you so much that he sent your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to be revealed upon you so that you can have access to
Oh,
his
well,
being
okay, so we're
and
talking Christian
partake
God.
on his
Okay,
energies.
so Christian God likes dead babies. So it's moral to kill babies. Therefore, abortion is good. Thank you. This ends my TED talk.
Wait, where you get that from?
The book. You're
What
saying the
book?
morals come from the book. The book kills a bunch of
Yeah.
babies.
Did you read
Matter
it?
of fact,
Did you read it?
by the second
Yes.
chapter of
Did
the
you
book,
read it?
he wipes out all the babies except for
True.
one family.
Did you read it?
Yes, I've read it.
Through
all the way
your
through,
it was your
cover to
own
cover.
interpretation. It was your interpretation.
You're telling me there wasn't a flood?
It was your
In that book?
interpretation.
No, it's the consensus interpretation from anybody that can
Consensus.
read.
So
Hey, there was a
okay.
global flood.
Yeah. So we believe in the consensus of the interpretation.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, for the sake of this argument, do you believe there was a flood?
It's irrelevant what I believe. I'm asking you a question. Is it your interpretation?
You're telling me the Christian Bible is the source of this morality. So the Bible and what
The
it says,
revelation is the source of the morality. And even in the revelation, you would not have, if you follow the revelation of it, you don't have, once again, any, you don't have any basis to say this is bad except your preferences. So when
So
you
why
say,
bother
when you
reading it?
say, oh my God, they killed everybody, okay? It means absolutely nothing. because you interpreting it as good or bad has nothing to do with the fact that it was good, simply because he wanted to,
Bro,
because he has the authority.
I've
And it
seen,
doesn't matter if you
I've
don't
not
like it.
seen,
It doesn't matter
I
if you
haven't
don't
seen
like
anybody
it.
run from their source material so hard in my entire life.
I don't have to run for anything. The debate is whether or not
You were
you need
literally running
God.
from it.
The debate is whether or
Was
not you
there,
need God, and
so
you keep trying to make it about my religion or my beliefs
was it
when it's about
ever
the belief
revealed to
system in and
you?
of itself. So the fact that,
It's
listen,
about,
you've been running away from the fact that you don't have access to good or
I'm not
evil,
running
and
from
you have
anything.
this kind of moral indignation. Oh my God, the babies! When your ideas of liberalism and subjectivism has just killed 60 million babies in about 60
Through
years, and
circular logic,
it's
you're
getting
claiming you have
higher.
access to something you can't demonstrate. Unless you can demonstrate
I
it to me,
demonstrated
why should I
logically.
believe you have access to anything?
Yeah, I
You
demonstrated
never did.
logically.
That never happened.
I
That never
demonstrated
happened.
logically. You said that it was a circular argument. It wasn't. You have any other
And I'm saying
problems
when
with
we
the
got to the
argument in
end
and
of
of
your
itself?
argument, there was no God there.
There was
Sorry.
a God there. The God is the mind that is necessary in the argument. Do you have an actual problem with the argument itself?
You can't even tell me what God it is.
I don't need to.
Then why am I
For
supposed
the
to know it's
listen, for this argument, I don't need to go on and tell you and give you all of the revelation. I
I'm
just need to
glad you
get to the
think that. You're just
listen.
wrong.
All I need is to go to the precondition that God is necessary for there to be a standard of good, or else it's just preference based. That's all I need.
Cool story, bro. Cool story.
Cool story. I mean,
All
cool
right,
story,
all
bro.
right, all right. Let me jump in. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that if I let this go, y'all could just keep doing this shit for another 30 minutes. So instead, because I do at least have some questions coming in, and I got a whole fucking page of them for myself. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the 5 minutes on the clock for you guys. I'm gonna get y'all's closings in, then we'll get over to the Q&A. So Lethe, after all of that, I hope you still got 5 minutes left in you, sir.
I should.
Your opportunity to close it down. Start it up when you're ready.
Okay. Throughout this debate, my opponent has presupposed that he has access to something that can only be understood through revelation to individuals from a mind that is outside of humanity, which is necessarily subjective and obviously circular. So if he can't demonstrate it and there's no material witnessing of what this thing deems moral or immoral, it becomes subjective as to which God you deem these morals come from, if this is the case that you're taking this as fact. Or you can go with the idea that morality is a emergent quality of consciousness, and using the experiences we have as human beings and the empathy and everything that we have accumulated over time, we have shifted that morality. Otherwise, if that morality was objective and universal, we would all have the same morality for time immemorial, because there would be something on record showing what the morality is and what the morality isn't. And this individual ran as hard as humanly possible from trying to demonstrate this thing, laying out what those morals are. There was absolutely no demonstration of any of this. So at the end of the day, it's just his preference as well. And I will end at that.
Right. And 5 minutes is now going to go on the clock for you, Emmett. Last word's yours, sir. Start it up when you're ready.
I find it interesting that whenever I see this kind of debates, most of the time what they want to do is just complain about Christianity. When in reality, we're talking about philosophy. This is not a debate or what do you believe, Emmett? Is it true what you believe, Emmett? Because it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, my belief, if it's just subjective, it's justified in my subjective experience. I am the one that says, I believe what I believe, baby, and I'm right because it's my belief. At the end of the day, what we were talking about is whether or not it's necessary when you have an objective reality to say this is good or evil. Okay, what is exactly that we need to even say that? It's either you need the force of the state because all you care is about force, and whatever you prefer is going to be the good thing. If that is the case, then all of the people in the 1700s in southern United States were doing the right thing because they had the power and they did whatever they wanted. And if it comes to my subjective experience, then I can just say it's me. I believe it. It's me. I know it's right because I believe it. But if we want to say there is such thing as good or bad, and it's not just based on some kind of preference, if we actually look at, hey, killing, deleting babies, deleting babies is wrong, then that would be the wrong thing. That is wrong. Okay? Otherwise, it's just preference. It's my preference. It was like here trying to spurg about Christianity. Like, oh my God, how can you believe Christianity? He deleted everybody. It's like, it doesn't matter. When it comes to your case, if it's just the subjective mind of God, even in your own volition, in his subjective mind, he can do whatever he wants because he is justified on him being a subjective mind. Now, I find it rich that he says, well, you're trying to run away from it. That's outside the scope of the debate. That's what the debate was. It's necessary for God to exist, not for Emmet's God or Emmet belief system, even though I believe my belief system is correct outside of me even. That has nothing to do with this debate. I will say that if I want things to be as objective as possible, which I think is necessary in a sense, I would need to have a justification for my belief system. He would go on and say, "Oh my God, he just believes in these, in these what they call it, like God fairy up in the sky, or whatever it is that they think that it is, right?" But they believe in their own fairy tale. Oh, it's me. I am the one that will tell you what is good or right because it's my subjective experience. Well, I should believe you. Is there any good reason, any kind of justification for me to believe you or anybody else that is a subjectivist? Right? If there isn't, it's just collective power, then that means that, baby, all the Christians need to get together. We believe what we believe because we prefer it, and we're going to impose whatever morality is that we want because we got the force. At the end of the day, that would be the justification for any of my actions if I take your worldview, right? There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing in your worldview. In fact, it's completely justified. So, it is necessary outside of my preference. Yes, it's necessary outside of my preference to have a universal mind that we ground and have a standard for what good or evil is. If you say it isn't, then we go into absurdism. And if you say it isn't, then everything I do and anything I do is finally justified on me and my preferences. And once again, thank you very much, Horseraj. And thank you so much, Leith, for the debate.
Absolutely my pleasure, sir.
Absolutely.
All right. Great job from both of y'all. I'm not exactly sure. This is our first time doing the showcase debate, so I'm still a little on the fence on some parts of how this is going to work. As I said, we do have a question so far coming in from the chat. Hopefully the chat's going to throw a couple more questions.
Oh, man.
Their questions and before they make their decisions. So with that said, I think that we're going to leave the voting open for the entirety of the Q&A, or at least for as long of the Q&A as we can tolerate. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and put that into the chat for you as well. Emmett, I believe you are streaming as well, yes?
I am, yes.
All right, very cool. Then I will give you the link as well so your side can say who they think did it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I should have had this ready, but I was so frantically fucking writing that I have so many notes, so many thoughts on this conversation.
Thank you.
Control copy.
I hope it was
There we go.
interesting.
Yeah, no, this was. Oh, it was. I've heard the transcendental argument for God. Literally did a stream with Lethe 2 nights ago talking about this, and this is the first time I've ever actually listened to it laid out like this. So that said, it was very entertaining. And for what it's worth, I also should tell you that I have self-challenged to defend the affirmative on this argument against ANCOM SciComm. So I was looking forward to hearing a
I will send you a if you want to. I have it in premise form if you wanna look at it so that you can take a look at the argument in and of itself.
For sure. Yeah, no, I would love to see your notes. Absolutely. Oh, why did my shit just freeze? There we go. All right, here you go. In there for you. Looks like we got another question come in.
Thank you.
Close that. Yep. And I'm going to drop it over here into mine and Leafy's. Everybody on our stream should be able to see that. Click that. Y'all know what it's for. You know what to do. The judging is entirely in the audience's hands tonight.
W
I'm just
Radio,
here
thank you
to
so much
click
for
the
this and
buttons and
huge
talk in
$10 super
between.
chat. It says checkers for
This
heckles,
is
my
entirely
Blue
up to y'all
Jays.
as to who won.
Thank you very much.
So let's look at those questions. First one, and I'm actually going to expound on this a little bit. I am going to interject my own question just because you addressed this question. The question is, what God is being used to justify Emmett's morals? Now, you did address the fact that you didn't understand why your God was relevant. I would say, because this is from my notes, different gods throughout history and throughout different cultures have had different morals, correct? Is that safe to say?
That's
The
what I'm arguing. Yeah.
Well, hold on, Lethy.
Oh, sorry.
yeah,
No, it's okay.
the
The question's for Emmett.
yeah.
So go ahead.
The idea of the debate would be, even if that was the case, right? The appeal to a god will be the justification of having a good reason to believe that that is the good. If you just think that the justification comes from you, then let's say that I grant that there is like billions of gods, which is not, I will not say is the case, but let's say that I say it, the justification of what good is will come from said gods. So even if that was the case in the debate, a god is still necessary for me to say, hey, this is the standard of good and evil.
Okay. So the question, the way that I was going to frame it for the person, I assumed that the different gods have different morals, shows you where I'm going. Do you believe that the Incan god was moral since it taught them to kill and sacrifice their own people to satiate the sun that you mentioned?
You mean the Incan from the Peru?
Yes, sir. The Incans.
Okay, yeah.
Correct.
No, I would say that I would appeal to Christianity, right? I will say, hey, this is the true reality of what is good in accordance to Revelation because of a series of a series of things. It will not only be. I would go through other kinds of justifications, but it's a different. This is what I'm saying. It's a different debate. I would have to go into
for sure
into religion.
But I was just I was getting you to where why they were asking that question.
No,
that
yeah, I understand. I understand it. I'm saying that the difference in the debate is what kind of justification do you have to believe that your religion is correct, and that debate is different from do you need a god for you to have access to what is good.
Absolutely. So the next question, why is 2 + 2 = 5? Are we talking about the language of math, or are you suggesting that a quantity of 2 plus a quantity of 2 equals 5 quantity? So I'm going to try and summarize this one a little bit as well, because this was also in my notes. So whenever you're talking about the idea of 2 + 2 being 5, I'm sure you understand that this many things as a concept existed before we had the words to label what this many things is, right? So a concept can exist before we conceive of it, right? Again, this many things was always this many things, and this many things plus this many things makes this many things, right? Like let's do fingers, right?
Yeah, I agree. But we're talking about concepts, right? So these are mind dependent, right? So they
concepts versus labels.
Yeah, they depend upon the mind. And the second part is, do they depend upon? Are they dependent only upon your mind?
And I think that the answer there is, if I'm not wrong, that they are what they were before we named it. Our naming of it or our labeling of it was what made it our concept, but the concept existed before we labeled it as well.
Correct. I agree with you, but that when you're talking about the universal concept at that point, right? The concept is true, whether it's on your mind or in other person's mind. And if I say 2 + 2 = 5,
thought of it. That's right.
If it's if I say 2 + 2 = 5, it's true. Sorry, if I say 2 + 2 = 5 is wrong. It's not correct. because it's not dependent upon my mind. It's dependent upon something that is transcendental. It's true whether or not I believe it to be true. Right?
Okay. I see
So
what you're saying. Sure.
So when you're talking about the transcendental argument, I would say that is the point. The point is you have concepts that are mind dependent, so they're dependent upon minds. You have concepts that are mind dependent, that are not dependent upon your mind. So they're true whether or not your mind even exists. They are the existence. These concepts have specific attributes. For example, they're universal. They're always true, so they always existed. They have always existed. They need a mind that have the same kind of attributes. They need a mind that is always existent, that is transcendental, that is true, that is that is not dependent upon you in a sense. So that's the point of the transcendental. You go through those kind of ideas, and then you come to the conclusion that a mind is dependent. That a mind is necessary for them to exist. Sorry, not dependent. Necessary.
Yep. But if different gods have different morals,
Mm-hmm.
then morals are still subjective.
That would say, again,
Right.
it would mean that there are different gods, right? I would say that there
Yes,
cannot be different
yes.
gods because there are different reasons why, but I would have to go to
Right, but it
my
comes down to
justification
your
of my
personal
God.
belief.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It comes to the justification of, oh, there's only one God, why we got there. But if we're talking about is it necessary, then I don't need to go there in these 30 minutes of the debate. That's what it means.
Sure. Yep. Nope. I understand. Again, just trying to parse out their question.
And I know
All right,
people
so
are gonna be
we
like,
got-
well, that's very bad faith, but it's not about being bad faith or
No,
good faith.
you're honest about it. You
This is,
acknowledge that it's your belief. So
yeah,
and
my belief is
you
not
acknowledge that it's
contingent
your belief.
upon the argument in and of itself. That's what it means.
Sure. But your belief is contingent on the argument if you have to believe that there is only one God.
No, even if
That is part of
that's
your
what
belief
that's what I
on God,
mean.
right?
What I mean, if it's only in the argument that I'm proposing is, if it is the case that is only subjective and is dependent upon
Sure,
my
we have to start with
mind.
that word if, right?
Yeah, if it's dependent upon my mind, and the only way I
Correct.
can get to power is through collective force, then there is not a thing that is good. It's just preference on force. Right?
Yes.
And my idea is, well, if that is the case, and good is not existent, we need something in which we're going to ground that is greater than us. And let's say that is billions of gods, fine. But even that would be greater than us, that is setting the standard of what good
Sure.
is. That is the argument.
Feels
It's not
like
about...
we
it's
should
not,
need. We should need would be
No, we
more,
need.
right?
What we need, or it's just preference.
Yeah, right. Or it's just preference. So
Mhm.
why can it not just be preference?
No, it can, but if it's preference, if it's just preference, there is no such thing as good as evil. It's just what I think is good.
Agreed.
And I can change it whenever I want, and it can be as arbitrary as I want, and it can be
True.
whatever I want. Mhm.
Agreed. Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
so the
people can
standard...
choose not to live next to you if your standards or your beliefs don't comport with theirs, right?
Yeah,
So again, the Incans. The
Mhm.
Incans, you probably wouldn't have wanted to live with them, right?
No, I would want to live with them, to change their minds and
Yeah.
hearts and get them to know the true...
Unless you're the one
true
whose stone
God,
gets
right?
picked. All right, so we got more questions coming from chat. Hang on. All right, so so Q for AF, if subjective morality
Mhm.
is still a form of morality, why is God necessary to be moral?
Because I don't think...
If even a subjective morality is still a morality, right?
Because I don't think... I apologize to Leith. I know that I'm taking like over the question
No,
and
he's
answer
not.
session.
He's
No,
nobody. Everybody
carry
seems to
on.
have questions for you, my friend. It's easy.
Yeah,
This
because I
isn't
don't...
his choice.
I don't think that is I don't think subjective morality is an actual framework for morality. It's just a preference of what I like. That's the problem.
Right, but definitionally, it would still be morale. So I have a
Well,
question. I'm going to interject
if I-
here because this was and this one I am going to get from both of y'all. So real quick, let me set you up. What is the difference? Because and this is a peeve of mine and has been for a long time. What is the difference between morals and ethics? I'll let you parse that out, Emmett.
Well, I would say that the way I understand it is the ethics is the framework in which the morals exist. So the ethical framework
So
tells
morals-
you what you ought to do and the morals is the way that you have to apply the ethics. So your
Close.
actions will become the
Morals are individual, ethics are of a group. So ethics are a
Yeah.
group's morals. So in other words, the whether it's a group of friends at work, a country, a nation, or a church, or ethics are the group morality, and then morals are the individual's ideas of right and wrong. So my question to you then is, why does good and evil need to be subjective?
To me?
Yes.
No,
Why
but
why does
I
it
don't say
need to
that
be
it has to be.
subjective?
I said the opposite, right? I say I think it has to be
Okay, so
objective for
you
it to
you
exist.
actually prefer you wait. I'm sorry. I said subjective. I mean, they are subjective. Why does good and evil need to be objective? I apologize. I
Be-
misspoke. I read my
because
shit
there is
backwards.
no. Okay, this is the problem. The ethics would not exist if morality is just if it's just tied to the subject
Morals
or
are
the
the individual, ethics are the
yeah.
group, remember.
If the morals is
Right.
just
Okay.
subject to the individual, the ethics cannot exist because the ethics needs to
The
be
ethics are the group's
yeah,
morals.
but there's no group's morals. What is the group's morals? Each
The group's
individual
morals
have their
are
own.
basically like you said. Yes.
Each
Each
individual have
group
their
is going to have their own independently voted
exactly.
upon
No,
in
not voted, not voted.
culture.
No, wait, not voted. Each
Sure.
individual have their
Socially.
own.
We
No, not socially. Wait a second.
people are
Each
socially ostracized, right?
yes,
If
but
you
it's
act
for
outside of the morality of
that's
that
what I
culture.
said. That point is force. But I'm not talking about that. Each individual has his own preferences. So each morals
Yes.
will be dependent upon their preference. So they don't have access to the ethics. There is not a framework that they can reference to say what they ought or not ought to. It's just they either are getting coerced into not doing things because society will come with a club and hit you with the club, or they or I don't know, or they're the ones with the club and will do whatever they want.
Or somebody else explains to that person why they shouldn't behave that way. I
Yeah.
don't know about you, but have you changed how you behave towards people over the course of your life?
Well, yes, but
Have you seen the effects or the outcomes of your treatment of people and said, "Wow, I don't want to be like that"?
well, yes, I there is
So your
people who
morals changed.
no,
Your
not my
morals
morals.
changed through experience.
No, the way that I look at the framework is I have more or less access to the framework in a sense. But if if I was just a subjectivist, if I let's say that I decide to become a member of a cartel, and instead of my behavior becoming more towards what I consider to be virtue, but more considered to what is own virtues, but I'm getting all the power, and I end up like having millions of dollars and the house and the
Sure.
all of them people all of them women of the night. At the end of the day,
Sure.
he would be justified just because of force in his actions, and I would not be justified in saying that he's wrong because I have less force than him.
Oh, no. Both can be justified. So let me ask you
No,
one
no,
more
no.
quick question
The
because I got two more
justification.
questions
Okay,
coming in for chat.
the justification is a good reason to believe, right? He would have his justification to believe that he is right in his actions, even if objectively there will be wrong, because he has the power. That's the critique I have.
Do you believe that people set out to be evil or believe themselves to be evil?
Set out to be
Do you think
evil.
do you think anybody sets out to be evil or sees their own actions as being evil?
Yeah, their actions to be evil, yes. Set out to be evil is a different concept. I think you have the capacity, the moral capacity to your actions to act evil. I think the problem that I have is the being, because in my way that I look at the world, it's like men can become evil, right? They in accordance to their actions, but it's not like a transcend. It's not an ontology claim. They're not evil because they're evil. They're evil because they've moved away from God in a sense. It's about their actions,
All
not
right.
about who they are.
All right. So I got two more questions from chat, but I do want to hear Lethe. Do you How do you believe ethics are formed? You kind of talked about it, I think, and I don't mean to like set you up. I kind of already said the answer, I think, but in your opinion, are morals based on ethics or are ethics based on morals? Chicken and egg. Does the
Ethics are
group
based
create
on
the ethic
collective
or does
morals.
the ethic affect the group?
Hmm.
You see my question? Okay.
The ethic
Like are we
can
influenced by
affect the
our group
group.
or is it yeah, which one wins?
The ethic can affect the group and sway the morals of the individuals, but the individual's morals collectively usually will form the ethic, unless there's some outside force or motivating force to coerce it otherwise.
All right, so two more questions for you, sir. If God gave a revelation that the quantity of 2 and the quantity of 2 equals the quantity of 5, what would be right? Objective reality or God's subjective reality?
Is that for me? Just to be sure.
You're
So
asking me?
yes. Well, I'm asking Emmett. I think it's directed towards the AF. Yeah, it's towards the
Okay.
AF. If
Yeah. It would be.
God sent a revelation out that 2 plus 2 quantity plus 2 quantity was 5 quantity,
Mhm.
then would that then be right?
Well, it would be illogical, right? So this is what I'm talking about, the characteristics of God as a being. He has a specific characteristics of him. So he's described as the logos, which means he needs to have he is logical. So he is in fact he is the standard of what we consider things to be logical in a sense. So that would make no sense because it would be that question itself would go against who God is, right? Now, if we're talking just about whether or not he has the he has the power, the justification to come to anybody and be like 2 + 2 = 5 or else, I would say that he has all of the justification and power to do that. But that if we're taking from the actual idea in the actual idea, the question itself would be disregarded simply because we would go against the nature of God.
One more question from the chat, and then I think we're going to go ahead and look over and we'll give you guys the judgment from the jury, and then we will give you guys your ability to give your shout outs and say goodnight. So, last question. Do incentives create a reason to be better? Do you believe that a person can be incentivized to be a better person, to have better morals?
Yes, I
Through
believe so.
perhaps
And I
positive
outlined
reinforcement.
this. Yeah, I outlined this when he was saying force is the only motivator.
Well, I never said that it's the
Okay.
only motivator. I mentioned two.
No,
But
you said okay. So that's the other part of the question. Then, what were the two things that you said were the motivator? You said there were two.
coercion. It was coercion and force. Coercion
Is
doesn't need to
force
be.
not a form of coercion?
Well, you are threatened by force, right? In a sense, but it's not.
Yeah.
The
So
threat
both
is
are
not.
coercion.
The threat is not force. Like you're not taking somebody and putting him in jail. But yeah, of course.
So you do not believe that
I
a
will
person
grant
is capable of benevolence?
a person is capable. Yeah, I think persons are capable of benevolence. But that is the idea of benevolence in and of itself, right? It presupposes morals. You're saying this person is
Or just
doing something
individual
that is
choice.
good.
A person can choose to make the moral choice despite never having set foot into a church.
Yeah,
They can
again.
just choose to not hurt somebody
Yeah, but you're presupposing morals,
through
right?
benevolence.
Well, again, hurt is another. There are reasons
Moral
why you
behavior.
want to. There are reasons why you want to hurt people that are moral. There, for example, if there was a case that you have to protect your family and you have to hurt somebody to protect your family, but hurting the other people would be moral because you ought to protect the family in a sense. But yeah, yes, I agree that there is capacity for people to be good. The people will act in accordance to God. People will do good things, but the way that I have access to the saying of hey, you can do good comes from my justifications come from God. And otherwise, it's just a thing that I prefer, and I don't have access to the framework of ethics. It's just everybody has their own thing, and all I have is kind of force.
All right, very cool. So I enjoyed the hell out of that conversation, gentlemen. That was a great debate. I think both of y'all did an amazing job. I'm looking forward to seeing what the audience thought. That was, let's see. I sure hope I put in the right vote. Did I put the right vote in? Did you guys vote? I hope everybody voted. I'm sure somebody would have told me if I'd have fucked up.
I didn't vote. That would be immoral.
That would be immoral because God told you so. All right. So let's make sure that people have voted. Yay! People voted. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and lock it in right there. You guys had 30 minutes to vote. And our final tally comes out to be 18 votes in favor of Lethe Water Kai and 6 votes in favor of Emmet. So that makes it a 7-3 victory for Lethe. All right. So I'm sure you're probably not surprised with that, Emmett. I'm sure this is not a very popular position to take. Is this the first time you've had the tag argument, or have you done this? You said you had a lot of prep. Is that all prep for this, or you've done this prep before?
No, I had the transcendental argument before. This is actually not the transcendental argument. Like if you're gonna have the debate for the transcendental, so it's different. This is just for justification of your belief in good or bad. And one of the things that I like, I usually don't care. I see polls and all that pretty much as a
sure.
as a fallacy of ad populum anyway. So I don't.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm fine with we haven't lost. I'm fine with what people think. But yeah, the whole point of the debate in and of itself is to showcase that if you don't have the capacity of you need to have this higher being that is setting up the standards. Otherwise, it's just a preference of the individual. And if you want to say, well, it's not only the individual, it's the collective. The collective, in and of itself, since you're saying it's subjective, so each one of them have their own framework for ethics in a sense, because all of their justification comes from themselves.
Yeah.
All of they're doing is they're going to be using force to say this is the good thing or the bad thing. And
that has been true. Yes, coercion. Yeah. So again, and again, from my own personal, every different culture throughout America or throughout human history has had its own set of morals. There are things even within our own culture. There are moralities and morals that have changed over the course of the last 200 years. A perfect example of this is my mother got married when she was 14. So that shit would never fucking fly today. But back then that was like, yeah, okay, whatever. Even at her age or when that happened, it was still starting to be unacceptable. But you go 50 years back from that and that was commonplace. So, and you go fucking further back and it gets even weirder. So it's weird to us looking at it, but that culture had its own set of morals. Right.
Well,
so morals are therefore changing. And if they're changing, then they're clearly subjective by the group.
Well, I would say that we live in a fallen world, and what we have is the capacity of acting in accordance to his will or in disaccordance to his will. So society just reflects that in a sense. The more you act in accordance to his will, the more moral the society is, and the better the consequences will be because you are acting what is good. But even in those cases, right? Like at the end of the day, for example, I had a discussion with somebody not long ago. The idea of the age of consent was not that a girl could say, "I want to do it, thus it's okay." The idea was this was the age that is allowed for this person to marry with the consent of the parents. That was what the age of consent was. And then when they were older,
which, for the record, my mom comes from a religious family, so that was why it was extra sus and weird to me is that this religious family was okay with that.
Yeah, I understand, but that didn't mean when you were older you could just do it on your own. You don't need the consent of your parents, so there was no need to have the consent anymore. But I would say that I think is even if that was the case, I would prefer the idea of a girl gets married, even if it's at 14, then she just can't now be defiled in a sense by a guy, doesn't care about her, throws her out, and or uses her because now she has the capacity to consent, right? So it's understandable that we can have these kind of moral indignations when it comes to looking at people in the past, but I think what we ought to do is have a lot of grace for our forefathers, and then move towards the idea of what is good in accordance to His will, so that we can do what is best, not only for society but for our lives too.
Sure. And again, and that goes back to why Lethe was asking which book you were referring to, because he would point to the moral, let's say, inconsistencies from
Well,
those
he can
texts.
point to
But
moral
I'm sure you've
inconsistencies,
heard,
but if that is the case, I can point to whatever inconsistency he has, right? I can just say,
is
well,
just as
it's
immoral. Yeah, exactly. So
no, it would be like, well, if you're gonna be like,
I
oh
mean, like
well,
modern
they did this
sensibilities.
because he
I'm
wanted to, and
not
it's
the
like, well,
one
I just think
claiming
it's fine.
objectivity based on a book. If I
I'm
were,
not
then you
claiming
could go to
objectivity
whatever
based on a
book.
book. This is the problem that you have. I don't have the space in 30 minutes to
Well, you
explain
did say you
orthodoxy to you,
were.
right? I don't have the time. I don't
You
have the time
kind
and
of say you
space to
were.
explain all of my religion in 30 minutes, so that
No,
you
no, no,
can
no.
pick it up
Yeah,
apart,
no,
which is
nor
not
should
even
you.
part of
Yeah,
the
nor should you
debate.
be expected to. But the idea of the mind of God and the moral authority of God, I think, was the interesting arc. And I get that that was exactly where you're trying to keep it. So I'm looking forward to doing this myself, like I said. So
Yeah.
one more time, if you would be so kind, because yeah, if you could send me that, like I said, those links, that would be
Well,
super
it's just
duper fucking
I
dope.
did it on my own. I explained it. I have a video of it that you can go on, but it's very simple. I can just tell you I just gonna write down the argument in premise form, so you have it as premises,
Yeah,
and you can just use it if you want to.
for sure. Thank you very, very much. I would definitely appreciate that. So, if you would, Mr. Emmett, one more time, tell everybody who you are, where they can find you. I'm going to drop your link in the chat.
Yes. Once again, my name is Emmett. I have a channel that I do mostly art, but I do political debates and sometimes philosophical debates, or go to panels and make people really mad most of the time. So if you are so inclined to, my channel is @CountEmmet in YouTube, and I've been doing a lot of Warhammer. I'm also, if you want your own knight based on your channel, or your own little pixel art avatar that's gonna be doing things for you. Oh my god. I just realized something real quick. Give me a second. If you want it, you can just talk to me. I do this pixel character that you can have on your screen if you're feeling very crappy and you don't want to be on the screen, for example. So yeah, thank you very much for the debate, Horse Riders, and that's my channel. That's gonna be the thing that I can pull out.
100%. And thank you very, very much, man. I definitely appreciate you every time you show up. And I hope you keep showing up and answering the call. So great job tonight. And Mr. Lethe, would you please also once again tell everybody where to find you?
Yo, I want to start this off. I want to thank God, and then I want to thank God, and then I also want to thank God. But no, thank you to the chat. You guys are more gracious than I deserve.
You
Thank
did,
you,
thank
Horse
God.
Radish, for your benevolence and providing this platform for us to have this conversation. And thank you, Emmett, for being a good faith interlocutor. It was a great conversation.
Amen. Absolutely. And for what it's worth, if you guys want to stick around, you're more than welcome to. You don't have to run off. You ain't got to go home. You just can't stay here, as they say. So, all right. We're going to go ahead and let everybody change the set dressing behind the scenes. I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. Our next debate is going to be between a regular and a new guy. So hopefully Lethe sticks around since he knows the new guy, and hopefully that he can sit in the back room and cheer for his buddy. So that said, I think both of them are in place now. So let's go ahead and head on over here. Our next debate of the night is
Okay, I'm gonna take off. Cause I really don't feel like staying. What's going on? I really I wish I I'm really I don't know why. I felt good, and then I started the debate, and I started feeling more. I started feeling worse and worse. That dude Lethe seems like a condescending hard F. It was. I don't know why. He, like I know people didn't like when I was like, I'm not gonna go into that debate. It's not part of the debate. But it is not part of the debate. Literally, the first thing he says is, "Oh, you just believe in the Bible." uh, no, dude, we don't believe in that, and I don't have the time to make you the whole explanation of my belief. Neither do I have the authority, by the way. And I've been extremely open with Horseradish to say it's not about me directly, right? Like I cannot debate theology. And I know like people want to do it, but really I cannot debate theology. It's not my position. I was just here to debate the logical arguments, and in the logical arguments, Gotigo says, in a way, I was crazy, but now that I have come to sanity, I am attempting to pull as much people out of insanity as possible. Believing that you are something that you are in fact not is definitely insane. What? I don't know what you mean by this. I saw you were like really trying to understand the idea of a mind. I did always paint it as a cop out by non-believers. It doesn't matter. Like he has to agree because they're talking, ethics and morals, right? They're talking about the framework. That's why I call it the framework. But if it's only subjective and dependent upon your mind, you don't have access to ethics. The framework is your brain, and all you have is like these weird existential thing with your peers, and you're gonna use force, and that's all you have is force. When it comes to making things into reality, so it's weird. Lithy Water Cat is an odd guy. I watched him debate Marte in Minnesota Ice Action debate. He hard against government action. Well, he wasn't. He literally his argument for moral is, and I have it. I literally typed it out. The argument is subjective, not universal. It was not universal, not absolute. Fluid morals. He said it's not arbitrary. I don't know how something not universal, not absolute, is not arbitrary, but okay. Oh, it was not arbitrary because it was collective. I asked Lethe Waterkai if he's if his lesbian ex-wife in Minnesota, what would he want her to do? He said comply. Yeah, exactly. Then moral, the moral frameworks. Who is wrong? Yeah, in the moral framework, we don't know who is wrong because it's just subjective. Subjective equals collective. Because he moves to subjective to collective in one sense, which is weird. Morality is about building bridges. What? And then responsibility. What kind of responsibility? You have no responsibility because it's your subjective experience. You're correct. And then what's the morality constellation? What is a constellation? So that's what I made the questions that I made during my cross-examination. It was pretty much like, well, what do you mean by these specifically? And then when we move forward in the in the capacity is, what is this? Oh, it's okay. We have a treat. We got a treat. Oh my god. Based as fuck. True. It's based on if he agrees with the government force, exactly. But it's just, again, right? That's what I talk about. That's what I was talking about force. It's, hey, this is the whole thing about force, right? The justification is in force. It's like the end part of the debate too. The end part of the debate when he, the end part of the debate when he was like, "You just believe in the book." It's like, no, I don't. And I don't have the time frame to explain it to you. And like who's already saying that morality is a personal choice and ethics are a group, that's crazy. Morality is not the group, is the framework. That is the point.
Hey, everybody. Long time no see. Not dead, despite how many governments and shady influencers might wish it.
Oh my god. What?
Not dead, despite how many governments and shady influencers might wish it. Still kicking, and as I mentioned, 5 months ago now? If I came back, it would only be because I actually had something worth saying. And unfortunately, I do. Because what the hell?
The bird hands. Not the bird hands.
Is going on here. I genuinely don't know what the counterculture dissident
Oh my god.
Political movement is anymore, or what it's even fighting for at this point. I had a very, very Christian childhood.
Oh my god.
I mean, like, we were charismatic. Miracles, prophecies, speaking in tongues. I have a core memory of being, like, X-Men tested for my ability to speak in tongues at Sunday school and talking in gibberish so I didn't look like the only idiot who couldn't speak to angels. And in a way, you know, my childhood was kind of cool because I got to do, like, a tasting board of all these different Protestant denominations, a few years at a Baptist church, a few years at a Mennonite church, evangelical, reform. I went to a Pentecostal school until I was 14. I attended Bible study well into my teen years. And then...
Is this actually... It sounds so much like her. I actually think that they took the audio and made it.
As I got older, I started encountering Catholicism and I attended Mass. And anyways, for a long time, I honestly assumed that the nastier corners of online Christian content would stay where they usually live, buried in algorithmic side alleyways, just shouting at each other, mostly invisible to normal people. If you don't know who Andrew Wilson is, he originally operated in the old Blood Sports Twitch debate world under the name Big Papa Fascist. He has since rebranded, but still runs a show called The Crucible. And in a religious context, that is a wild title to choose. In Christian language, a crucible is a severe trial, a fire...
Oh my god. Oh, I know the ending. Oh. Yes, I knew. Everybody knows that whenever she comes back is yeah. Godless, I am trying to get you to know the source of creation instead of playing this game of pretending to know God. What? What is this about? I don't know what you mean by all this. Thank you for the W's, by the way. That does help. Sometimes I get really discouraged because I am the only person in these spaces of the internet that has lost this debate while being correct on a definition. So I know I'm not very likable.
Going to a 10 a.m. drag race, then getting home by 1 p.m. Steven, as long as you know, I'm still one. They're all monogamy trained, and I wake up so I can speak to one. Yeah,
Oh my god.
Steven, I'm in a horrible position right now that I was looking forward to talking about in person together. I've obviously been going on dates since you suggested it, and the guy I've been seeing is really lovely. I definitely feel he deserves a real shot and not games from me. I also need to put out into the world what I want from a relationship, which is monogamy, as I've always told you. Just always wished you were into it. I don't know, because I'm still getting to know him. And I still love you.
Oh man, this is amazing. God bless the Wilsons. God bless them. No God entirely, no presume you can. You're on my last nerve. We're New Age Bradley. This is your last warning. What did this vote over? I wonder. If you get a very hateful mate today, Daria, it was me. I did it. I'm sorry. But I wanted to. Oh. That was hilarious. That was great. That was actually amazing. I'm gonna wait to see if Elder Lion is available. Because he wanted to play. Because he wanted to play Final Fantasy 14, and I have it downloaded, and I want to play it with him. So if he's available and he's in chat, yeah, it will be good. You want to know what I did? Do you want to know what I did, Daria? Do you want to know what I did? More hate mail, yeehaw! I'll tell you what I did. Man, what did I wake up to? You woke up to me losing a debate on morality that I absolutely won. The person was so mad that he couldn't speak about Christianity. The Destiny Stick Man is going to haunt my dreams. Wait, so it was about him? That's dumb. That makes no sense. Destiny Man is absolutely going to get you in your dreams. 100%. So if you are resting, you can rest and just let me know when you are available or awake. If you're not awake or available, that's fine. We can do it another day. Let me
everything I did at the age of 26 and beyond. I believe that's
when
the
did
age
you
of
when did you
accountability.
hit when did you hit the women?
Oh Lord, I don't want to be in this. I don't want to be in this. I don't want to talk about it.
What age?
Let's do it. Why not?
Your dad wanting you to be a professional wrestler. That's who doesn't hit women, is people that don't have to live under those conditions.
Hey,
that's who doesn't hit women.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight?
Hey, these
Fucking
people
great.
are judging me on panel. Go ahead and throw your stone. Go ahead.
I'm not judging you, MC Nemesis. I'm actually not judging you. I believe
If
people can
Emmett
change.
starts judging you, I'm out.
That's part of my faith, MC Nemesis. I think people can change.
Marlon, what
I'm actually not judging you.
I'm judging you hardcore, you fucking freak.
You want to judge children. You want to judge children that
No,
think
I
with
want
their
to judge
feelings
you
that are not
unaccountable
adults.
freak.
Everything that 26 and over. You know what I did when I was 26? I got this house.
I have a question.
I became a homeowner at the age of 26, responsible for a house.
Good for you.
As soon as I became an adult, I became better than all of you.
Oh yeah,
That's what I did. When I was 25 or younger,
yeah.
Can I ask
didn't
a
have
question
a
to a
goddamn
panelist?
thing. I was homeless 3 times. So
got
when you're
married.
25 or under and you have a psychotic fucking dad who goes around beating your mom, I mean, come on, you pieces of shit. You can
Yeah.
understand why I'm fucked up in the head.
You got
Yeah.
married,
It's
is
not
what
your
you said
fault.
earlier, though.
When
I get it.
And if you can't understand that, you're fucking idiots.
Just
I
because
I
you
think
have
you're a
heart
good
attack
guy,
doesn't mean
Married
you
at
Nemesis.
don't have
26. I
accountability
understand
for
you
your
got married at
actions.
26.
anyway, Marilyn.
Keelan, unlike you, I understand the dialectical and materialist position that he
You.
chooses to ground himself
Stop
in.
saying stop saying
No, but I
dialectical.
actually do. He's talking about a bunch of
I
bad
was
shit that
homeless
happened to
3
him when he's young.
times.
Obviously, that's gonna lead to
Yeah,
bad
I
outcomes
can
when he's older.
I can understand why he ended up in this situation, but I will not say, oh, he beat 2 women, and I'm just gonna say, oh, it wasn't his fault. He was raised this way. That's bullshit.
A child beat 2 women.
I have a question for Marilyn real quick.
A 20-year-old
Oh,
child
Jesus.
beat 2 women.
Marilyn, you said that I was
20-year-old child.
You said that I was disturbed. What do
You
you mean by
goddamn
that?
right. We don't allow 20-year-olds to drink.
Oh gosh, the other night you came on panel and you were just starting to go in on everybody. Like you were just, I was
You
like
don't
in the
like it
moment.
because what I say is right and what you say is wrong. You know good and goddamn well society knows that a 20-year-old can't drink. That way they
MC
say,
Nemesis,
hey,
I don't
kid,
like
we
it
don't want
because
you
you
messing
Nemesis,
up
do
your
you're
health. They
not
protect them.
wrong. You're not
But
wrong,
yet you
Nemesis.
act like you don't understand me. You need to focus.
I'm not acting like I don't
Listen.
understand you. I'm acting like
Or
it's wrong to
something.
beat 2 women.
Yeah, and I don't understand you because you don't make any sense because you're retarded.
I
No,
like you,
you're the
Nemesis. I
retarded
understand you. They're gaslighting you.
Okay, look, what don't you understand? I'm not speaking a different language. You're judging a 20-year-old child, correct?
I don't think you're a child. I really would like to know what do you mean by I'm disturbed, Marilyn?
At what
Emmett.
age do you
Emmett, you've
stop
been holding
becoming a
on to
child?
that for days. A man after my own heart.
Yes, I just want to
At
know.
what
I just
age
want
do
to
you
know. I
stop
just want to
being
know
a
how much you
child?
need to do. I just want to
Okay.
know how far into
Yeah, why'd you
the.
call Emmett disturbed?
Emmett,
I just want to
Emmett,
know.
Emmett.
I just want to know how
It was
much into
in the
the hate
moment.
train do I have
It
to
was
be with you?
in the moment. It was in the moment. It wasn't that you're disturbed all the time. It was in the moment, and it was because you came up on panel and you started cussing everybody out. However, I have not been back to your channel. I have not been back to your channel since you said that Grace was prettier than me. So I hold grudges too.
Okay.
So
it was about me saying that Grace is prettier
yeah,
than you.
yeah,
Okay, I'm
yep.
okay. Then yeah. Okay, fine. I agree with that then. Yeah, that makes sense. As long as he was not, because yeah, that makes
That
sense.
happened so long ago, Mara. You still remember that? That's
I'm
crazy.
I'm pretty. I hold on to stuff pretty long until I
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand that somebody
forgive.
would get mad at me saying that because yeah, I
'Cause it's
get it.
You're not going to go around here
crazy.
judging. If you're going to go around here judging children, then I'm going to hold you accountable for that.
Nemesis, you have people gaslighting you. You have people that weren't here for when you started, and we have libtards that are feminine in the brain. You're not going to win on this panel. I'm in your favor.
I mean, we need to go over this. I really need you to understand.
Yeah, I just came here to figure out what exactly you
You can
meant by I'm
fight in a
disturbed.
war. You can fight in a
It
war at
was
age
just
17,
in the
correct?
moment.
Yeah,
I
see,
love
Emmett,
you,
you're
Emmett.
worried about nothing
need
because
to
that
go
was like a
over
thing you
this.
already knew.
Well, take a good
Okay,
one.
so
That's why I
everybody.
told you.
26 is the age of adulthood.
I love you.
And leave now. I don't want to be. I saved. Well, I didn't save you. It's not a saving part, but there were. Anson was having a field time doing crazy bullshit. Let's go and get Final Fantasy 14. How about we do that? How about I show off my goth character? I enjoyed the debate a lot. It was very I really wish I was way more popular, I guess. Or maybe I'm coping and most of you actually disagree with me because I had like 6 votes in my favor. So maybe I'm wrong. And I need to to take that into account. But I really believe that, yeah. Lol, Emmet, when did you say Grace is better than Marilyn? You know, Grace is not only... I'm sorry, but... physically speaking, she is. It's a kind of objective. She's like 24. And I'm not trying to be degen about it or anything. It's just that it's just that it is. It's just that it is. Yeah, so I don't even mean it in a bad way. Oh, look at my guy. Look at my guy. Can I change the class? Maybe not. Oh, yeah, I can't. Okay. Alright, there's people before me, so I'm gonna wait till I'm in the server. Jeez, Emmet, you've been playing Final Fantasy 14 one day and you're already degen? Shit. Jerk? What do you mean by jerk? I'm not being jerkful. I just... And it's not even that, like, Grace is good looking. We were looking, I was looking at the whole thing, and quite literally yesterday, she received mail saying, $500 for a pair of underwear you have, that you wear. I'll pay that right now. And then 2 days later, $1,000. That is the last offer. It's like, I'm not being a jerk. And it has nothing to do with that. Like, again, it's just physical appearance. And no, I would not date any of them anyway. Like, that's nothing to do with it. You've been left on Mount Everest? Why am I being left on Mount Everest? I don't want to die on Mount Everest. I don't even want to go to Mount Everest. What am I being... It literally changed from it's just a preference, you're allowed to have a preference, to jerk, to you're being left on Mount Everest. To be honest, the prettiest girl I ever seen is 33. You're down for ale. The question wasn't who is the prettiest girl. The question was who is of these two people prettier. And it was like, well, it's obviously Grace. There's reasons for it. I apologize. Oh man. I lose a debate. I'm getting removed in Mount Everest. I'm not a Sherpa. I'm gonna die. Wait, what is this? Is this Skyrim? You were money in your sleep and sweat buckets besides. That ought to be the Aether, where I could summon more prone to sickness than others. No need to fret though, you'll soon get used to it. Wait, is that Confluence? Oh, I'm tangling his little feet. Oh. What is it, Kupo? Ah, you can see us. I had a feeling you could, Kupo. My reason was not age. It was more than that. It's like she's objectively. Well, one. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna. You know what? I'm just gonna die. At this point, whatever. We're Mughals. We live in this wood. Can I claim that it's because I'm sick and oxygen is not going to my brain? Okay, bedtime for me. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Nadaria, for being here. Oh, good job today, by the way. No, go on, Emmett. Tell us more. I would say that I would love to see a love audit between me and Grace. I think that would be very interesting. But at the same time, I don't think it's ever gonna happen. Continue? No, I'm not. No. I see that's how you're special, man. You can tell us something. It was between Marilyn, which is a 2, and Grace, that is a 4, okay? That's it. It has nothing to do with anybody else. Well, Grace is like 5. Marilyn's like a 3. And if you take into account their actual lives and not their looks, it's like one is a 1 and the other one is a 1.5. The wood's been restless of late. Lots of strange things happening. Have you a chance to witness anything suspicious, Kupo? Besides... W Radio 322. If you're a broke boy, you say so. Player 1 lost aura points. Needs Vapu Potion. I'm getting Vapu Potion right now. I'm getting the Vapu Potion. Oh my god. Vapu Potion incoming. Scott had wrote Emmett and Grace seated in a tree. K-I-L. No, stop. It's never gonna happen. No. Someone mods remove that thing. Remove it. We know you love snow bunnies. I'll drag you onto Jerry Springer. I don't love snow bunnies. That was not the case. I'm pretending to be enthralled by the game to ignore the subject at hand. Fine. You know what? You wanna talk about it? How about you? So if anybody wants to actually talk about it, how about you do it? You actually come and talk about it. Okay? Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Oh, that's not correct. Give me a second. I'll get it correct. Here, grill me. But grill me like I want to be grilled. Okay? Come on, Knob. I even cam up. I don't keep my cam up. Okay? Yeah. Go on. No, you're not. Nobody's sheeping Grammet. Nobody's doing that at all, ever. 1.5 is a good rating. Put on glasses and stare into the distance. Stoic. Leave me alone. Oh man. You know how I feel? I feel like I don't fuck with you. I don't fuck with you. I don't fuck with you. Hey, Elder. Can you hear me?
Emmett, we gotta talk about this.
Oh my god, what do you want to talk about? Let's go.
It's only been one day, Emmett. You're already drooling over cat girls and bunny girls, and now all of a sudden you think
I've always
Grace
drooled
is
about
hot?
cat girls, to be fair.
Oh no. So this is just you living out your fantasy now.
It is you enthrall me into this. You enthrall me into this marmot.
Well, I didn't know that.
No.
I didn't know I would, giving an addict his fix. I didn't think that you were gonna be drooling over the
You
cat.
enthralled me into cat girls and bunny girls and goth lalafels or whatever they are, lollicoms.
Whoa, hold up.
Goth lollies. And yeah.
Good
this is your
Lord,
fault.
Emmett, what is going on? You're tripling down on things you don't even need to.
I'm not. No, marmot is not a thing. It's never going to be a thing. No. Jesus. No. There's literal nudes of her on the internet. No.
What the fuck? I don't want to know.
No.
Jesus Christ, what is all this why are you confessing all this shit?
I'm not
Why do you know
confessing anything. It's well known that there are pictures of Marilyn.
I didn't know.
Now you do. Welcome. We suffered together, Elder.
Jesus Christ.
Lost more aura in one night than most men lose in a lifetime. Bro, our account is now overdraft with negative interest. No, Scott Marilyn. No. Not Marmot. I didn't lose any aura. I'm not doing Grammet either. I'm not. Why are you people so mad at me? Because I said something objectively true. And I don't even mean it in a bad way. It's just objectively true. And they're like sheeping me with.
I'm not attracted to people like that. Which is weird.
You're not attracted to people?
Not like that.
You have a kid, Lion.
Like
Stop lying to me.
It's like a bonus. It's not like
Stop lying to me.
It's not like a measurable thing.
Yeah. I'm not attracted to people like that. That I had an immaculate conception of a kid.
I'm not. I've been raised by a bunch of fucking raving lunatics. It's been beaten out of me.
Oh, you're talking about them being lunatics. I'm not attracted to them either.
No, I'm talking about I've been raised under an ideology where I literally can't see like people like women being attractive at all.
You contradicted you're a contradiction
like physically
machine.
Attractive.
Oh, yeah, I see.
No, I'm not contradicting anything. I'm attracted to brains, the minds, the thoughts.
Okay,
That's
you're
what I'm
attracted to brains. So, you go to the morgue every now and again when you want to get your socks off. And you're like, yeah, brains.
No, I don't like to see the brains. I like them to be covered up.
I like them covered up. I hate this. I hate my life. I hate that this stream that it was supposed to be about the Final Fantasy, and now it's about me being grilled and people mad at me because I said that Grace is more attractive than Marilyn.
I'm not mad at you. I just think that it's kind of crazy that you'd answer that at all.
Why wouldn't I answer it?
I wouldn't answer that. It's a retarded question. I just called the person who asked me a retard.
I don't remember what was the idea of it, but it was an honest question. So I just gave an honest answer, and then people got mad at me apparently. But it wasn't even like that. Like again, it's two people. It's not like who do you think is the most attractive person, or it wasn't. It was just physically. It was just physically. It wasn't even about what kind of things you find attractive. And now people are mad at me. It's like, all right.
Yeah, so I'm very mad at you. You're gonna get some hate mail later.
I already did. I'm actually gonna read that one.
You're gonna get more.
Great. This is hate mail. I can't believe you logically thought another atheist apart. This is sick, Emmett. I can't believe you did this.
It's true.
What do you think of the debate?
Whoever
I think
said
I
that's
actually
pretty based.
destroyed the hell crap out of that person. Like he really got torn apart, but maybe I'm wrong.
Oh no, I was asleep.
Oh yeah, it's true. Well, Well, maybe I didn't because I lost anyway. In Mexico,
I
some
just
women
assumed
still
you
believe in
did.
traditionalism. Yeah. Single mom that trolls. Emmett, you can fix it. Fix her. No. I can't fix anybody. I really cannot. But yeah, you made me download this game. People are not mad at me. Leo Lemao Marmet, I'm just trolling you. My God, Marm, and it's oh no, Marm. You even call me Marmet. Okay, El Lion, it's your show. I'm gonna get a little bit of water because I'm dying inside. I don't know what's happening right now, but it seems that every time it gets dark, my lungs just want to stop working. I woke up, felt great, went back to bed because I had a debate, so I wanted to not be on like 3 hours of rest. Come back up, and my just my freaking lungs are like done with life.
Well, you just gotta have a talk with your lungs.
So I'm gonna get some water. I'll be back in just a second. I wonder what Lion is gonna do.
Oh, I have a plan. All right, everybody, we got to come up with a way of confronting Emmett on this weird obsession with cat girls. He's only been playing Final Fantasy one day. I didn't realize this was going to happen. Scott, you're going to have to berate Emmett from now on. So, like, this is the thing. Like, I don't think Emmett understands. Like, whenever someone asks you something like that, it's a trap. That's why you have to come up with something like you're only attracted to brains. You can only that's the thing that I've come up with. I'm only attracted to brains. Plus, I don't look at women. That's degenerate. Maybe they'll tell women that you don't like appearances, only brains. Well, that's how you get out of the question. It's either that or you just say, look, I don't look at women. That's degenerate. Those are the two answers that I always give. All right. Well, the strategy is, Scott, you just berate Emmett from now until he repents from liking cat girls.
It is what it is. Can you hear me? Maybe.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Are you ready to repent yet?
I am repentant.
You repented from the cat girls?
Elder Lion, maybe don't tell a woman you don't like appearances, only brains. Cat girls are degens. I can fix you all. I can't. Oh, should he be a tank or a DPS? I'm a healer, I think. Why is Akupo drinking wine?
What else is he gonna do?
Not be degenerate. Like, how can you play this? If you are so against degeneracy, why are you playing a game with card girls and snow bunnies and
I don't play them and I don't look
furries?
at them.
Like,
Looking at women is weird.
you have to look
It's
where you're
borderline
going
gay.
at least.
No, you don't have to look at the. You don't have
And
to
you've
look
been
at the cat
telling me
girl,
about
just-
all of these
just ignore
barred
them.
card girls in the square spaces.
Yeah, I censor them out from my mind.
You cannot censor them.
I
out
don't
from your
perceive
mind.
them. Yes, you can.
Sure.
There's censorship in my brain. I don't look at that shit.
I know you don't see the game. I know you don't. Well, yeah, I know you don't. Let me just do it, okay? Bring it up. Let's put this here. Let's get these here. Okay.
But I don't think you understand. Like I put like a mental blindfold on to all women until whenever I'm married. Then I'll take the mental blindfold off.
Cat, you literally have a headset with cat ears on it. Okay? Just letting you know. Kupo is the chubby white animal with wings. This is a Kupo. By the way, is this like 11 that you need a controller or else the controls are all weird and stuff? Or can you play with my mouse and keyboard?
You play a mouse and keyboard.
I am mortal.
Look, here's some help too. You remember the the picture of Drinky Binky in the in, the little shootout gallery?
Oh my god,
in
not
that,
the Drinky
Dark Palace
Binky.
game? You remember that picture that one of the pictures you have to shoot there?
Yeah.
The
then
cake
you
up.
must-
Just imagine that when you're thinking of a woman. So then whenever
Why
whenever
would I think
you're
of something as
trying
degenerate as that?
to- because
When I
you would,
look at
then
a
it would be like,
woman-
oh God, that's something I don't want to see, and then you don't think about the stuff.
Oh my god, did you? It's just
You have to burn
the
it out of
levels
your
of
mind.
degeneracy in all of these.
You have to burn it out of your mind.
So much degeneracy. I have a 3 cat ear headset actually. I have 3 cat ear headsets actually. Okay, there you go. So triple cat ear. It has to be, you know, that's the headwear of a cat girl. So glad no one watched my stream of me playing that said some stuff. Bremont's the name and peddling betrayed. What?
I mean, I'll never forget that stream. It was pretty great. I'll never forget when Binky Drinky got mad that Cat. Okay, I almost went. Oh, no, I'm not going.
Binky Drinky went mad because of what?
Got mad. Got mad because Cat pulled out.
Count Emmett, but she's Pharma Cat. What's your excuse for what? I don't have an excuse for it. My preference. It's my preference. I find it funny that they are like, yeah, it's subjective, dependent on the collective. So dumb. Stupid. Oh, this is gonna destroy my nose in a second. I can feel it already.
Yeah, Cat, you did do that. And like, this is what I say. Like, whatever I'm hanging around Cat, it's always random. Like, shit will happen that I just never expected to happen. She'll just, you know, she acts sweet and innocent, and then she just says some crazy shit every once in a while, and that I just can't. I laugh so hard I can't fucking breathe.
That stream is definitely private. Well, yeah. Pharmacat, quick one, using our potion and a high vapor on Emmett. We need a rest quick. Okay, I'm not even I am attacking cat. I'm just shamed. You know what? This shaming session is working. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm never gonna see another woman again in my life.
Good.
Yeah. Camperters, not to mention his botanist. Okay. Adventuring ain't just about killing things after a painful pastime may well help you make fortune.
You know what, Scott? This is the thing. You don't get to say shit because on that same stream, I had to censor a lot of what you said because I was like, wow, Scott's going pretty hard on cat cooking hot dogs right now. I'm going to give the polite version of it. You son of a bitch. Don't you talk shit to me. I know who you are. I know what you did.
What did he do? Is a cat losing mod privileges?
It's so
Is that
despicable.
where we're going? About time you turn away from your deviant ways? What are you talking about? What is everybody weirding out about? Listen, I have a bitch complaining because she's not as hot as she thinks she is. I have a I don't know. I don't even know anymore.
I got put in an awkward. You put me in an awkward position, Scott. The cat was like, "You need to just read me everything that people say to me in the chat for me because I can't see the chat." And then you were just saying some hellacious shit in that chat.
Oh
and I was
no!
like, "Oh my god, what are you doing, Scott?"
Not the
I'm not
fallacy.
repeating that.
Not them fallacies. What is this then? What's going on? A skirmish has broken out ahead with Exile. For your own safety, you must remain here until... Bloody ass, we shall hold them here. Try to break clear. How hot do you think she is? Who are you talking about? Nah, Bandit. West Virginia is awesome. I also have a house in Tennessee. That's true. I don't think anyone wants my floor hot dogs. To be fair, she doesn't have a house in Tennessee. She has half the state of Tennessee. She owns it.
It is true.
Mm-hmm. It is known. Nice of the East side to set up on a welcome party, though, huh? Join the side. This won't be the last time you meet those feather fiends, so just take care, alright? Quick, switch characters to a priest, damn it. I don't have priest. Is that an enchanter or something like that? By the way, is this your first trip to Gridania? Yes. Then let's this journey itinerant tell you this is an outs of your destination. She's the only 10 I see. Har har har. What are you talking about? The fuck are we talking about? The destruction prompt I heard of this movement. Farmer cut the way to a monitor through his stomach. But I don't think anyone wants my floor hot dogs. It is to mine also not being a bitch helps. Are we talking about a cat being a 10? Because, yeah, I guess. Yeah. The instruction prompt I heard of new nasties to move in and gave the exile unneeded encouragement. Birdman rains become daily occurrence. Okay. Why is there a Birdman? Why are there Birdman in this game? What kind of degeneracy you brought me into, Elder? What kind of degenerate place is this? Behold Britannia, the forest nation blessed by the elementals. Emmett sees a tense and oh, what is going on with life?
The Black Shroud, the ancient forest, close to the heart of Eorzea. Beneath the boughs of its towering trees lies the woodland city-state of Gridania.
Shut up, Kansas of West Virginia 5, and it's okay with that? Nah.
Once a sanctuary from the world beyond the
Nah.
hedge, even the
You're
mighty
coping.
elementals, eternal guardians of the forest, could not forestall the coming of the seventh Umbral era. However, the goddess Nofika was never one to forsake her children, and today she welcomes another brave soul. One who may yet play a telling role in the tale of this great realm.
And here's where we part ways, son. I'm not your daughter. I'm not your son. You're not my dad. I'm off to markets to deliver me wares, and it's back to the high road for me. You're not average, Cad. Stop the cab. Hey, you never did tell me your name, did you? Well, here's an idea. Become the sort of a story person that you can brag about having met and not consider us square. Blue Ridge Mountains, West Virginia.
May the matron take him to her bosom that he may never want. And in his heart, sow serenity, purity, and sanctity.
I hope there is a way to get all of your clothes black. Okay? I need to have black clothes. What is this bullshit of having white stuff on my clothes? I should have been a red mage. You there, yes you. Your face is known to me. Oh, your face is not known to me. You only come to the city, no doubt. We're supposed to be playing together, but Elder literally left me. Where's Elder? Elder's like, oh yeah, play Final Fantasy with me. Oh yeah. My dog's not happy with life. I don't. Yes, I'm new to the city. How? Okay, movement, I guess. Mouse and keyboard. Okay, so this is the position of the camera. This is what? Oh, Alright. Alright, that works. His name is Doom Fantasy. Can you get Pumping Head, but you have to wait until Halloween for it? Oh, that's good. We can't all be good looking. I know, nobody can be as good looking as I am. Zinger! To be fair, I'm not. I know that I'm like a 2 in a good day. Like I hear people get. I don't even get hate mail. That is how bad. That's how 2 I am. How do I open the what? Okay. And can I go leave? Alright. To be recognized as an adventurer in the city state of Grindalia, you must present yourself with adventure skills. Accept. I saw as much. We cannot allow strangers to wander. Grindanian check. Okay. Before you rush out, begin pressing every second citizen for work. Suggest to make yourself known at the Carline Canopy. That's where the headquarters of the local adventure guild, in case you were wondering. The Carline Canopy is the building you see behind me. You speak to Mother Miundo within, and she will take you in hand. Doom Fantasy. Which is the last, which I know is doomed. Okay, it's not only a goth epitaph. I also know that this whole experiment is doomed anyway. But when accepting quests, the current objectives will appear on the quest in the duty list on the right side of the screen. A maximum of 5 quests can be displayed at once. Clicking on the tile will open the quest in your journal and review the activities reward. Okay, so okay. Oh, we have to go that way. Wait, am I tripping? What am I tripping on? That was a very fun night with chat watching Cat make hot dogs in a game. She's always fun. Is it this way? Maybe it's this way. Oh, I don't even know. Oh, it doesn't tell you where you are. This map doesn't tell you where you are. This one tells you. Okay, Mother Miana. Mother Miune. I'm not tripping on Marilyn. I will never. Well, what we have here... What I wandering junk venture you come to put your name down the guild, I assume. I'm not thinking about Marilyn. Welcome, Mune. My name is Mother Mune and must call me, and the Caroline Canopy is my place. Okay? As the head of the Adventurers Guild in Guyana, I have the honor of providing guidance to the fledgling heroes who pass through our gates. Okay? No matter your ambitions, the guild's here to help you attain them. Okay. Give me money then. In return, we expect to fulfill your duties as an adventurer by assisting the people of Grintania. As a fine deal. Wouldn't you agree? To an outsider's eyes, all may seem well with our nation, but naught could be further from the truth. The people live in a state of constant apprehension. I'm not tripping on Marilyn. I'm not. I agree. The exile and various gangs, common bandits, brought an unending supply of trouble compounded by ever-present threat of a Garlean empire to the north, and that's to say nothing of the calamity. But we should do that again too. Yeah, that would be cool. Even now, the wounds have barely begun to heal. But I speak of it as if you were there. Forgive me. 5 years passed. Eorzea was well nigh laid to waste when a dread worm emerged from within the lesser moon, Dalamund, and rained fire upon the realm. Is this which people call the calamity? Scarcely a square mom of the 12 what the fuck is that word? 12's wood was spared in the devastation, yet despite the forest's extensive wounds, not a soul among us can recall precisely how it all happened. I'm well aware of how improbable that must sound to an outsider. It's improbable, but it's also true for reasons we can ill explain. The facts around the calamity are so shrouded in mystery. There are many versions of events as there are people willing to recount them. Yet, amidst the hazy recollections and conflict accounts, all agree on one thing. The old Zea was saved from certain doom by a band of valiant adventurers. Dr. Jones, no times for love, Dr. Jones. What else misremembered, none of us forgotten, the heroes who risked their life and limb for the sake of the realm, and yet, whenever we try to say their names, the words die on our lips. And whenever we try to call their faces to mind, we see naught but silhouettes amidst the blinding glare. All we can see is the guide. Oh, shoot. That is a stupid thing I did. My bad. I apologize. I apologize about the apologies. But thank you for letting me know. Maybe I will, Scott. It's actually multiplayer. Maybe some others will join me. I'll join you. Thus have these adventures come to be known as the Warriors of Light. Pray do not feel daunted by the deeds of legends. We do not ask that you become another Warrior of Light, only that you do what you can to assist the people of Gridania. Great or small, every contribution counts. Trust you will play your part. All that's left then is to conclude the business of registration. Here's a quill, scroll your name right here. Oh, and now I would appreciate if you use your real name. There is a special place in the 7th hell for those who use amusing aliases. My name is Doom Fantasy. Are you guys sure that is an amusing alias? Very well, from this moment forward, your adventure of Grindania Nation, blessed of the elementals and bonded to the 12's wood. 3 guilds expect great things from you. Look at what just arrived, another goodsman adventurer. Then you start with that. Adventurers are always very solved that Gridania needs. No. The elder... I just read this. The answer is no. Just no. Whatever you're saying, no. Please, no. Of course not. Let's least you forget. It's my sworn duty to uphold the peace. I'm to blame the outsiders bring mistrust upon themselves. You adventurer, man, that you do not cause any trouble here, or I shall personally cast you out of this realm and into the 7th hell. Bye. I am pained that I was not mind him and only to console you. Suspicious cats has been prowling the 12's wood of late, you see, and the wood dwellers feel they cannot afford to take any chances. As often as the way with the folk who live in isolation, Gridania sort of want to mistrust things they do not, well, what? they do not well know. Your good self included, fear not, however, given a catalogue of exemplary deeds and no more than a handful of years, the locals will surely warm to you. On behalf of the fellow citizens, I welcome you to Gridania. May you come to consider our nation as your own in time. Bye, Mitone, Minute, Minuto. Now you may depend on old Mother Mune to teach you a few things every adventurer should know. Okay, time to get back to my relaxing Hempandrum music and rest. Have fun, Emmet. Yeah, thank you for saying hi. Oh, thank you. Have a good night. Have a good night and rest well. I don't know how long I will be playing. Listen to the Wisdom of Immune and go far and discover the incredible adventure that await you. Oh, I leveled up! Yay! I learned Cure! Yay! Important quests used to tell the story of Elsen and their people are called main scenario quests. These tasks are easily distinguished from others by this unique icon. Quests using this icon indicate task or use tasks that tie to new duties which you have to unlock. Okay. The scenario guide is a HUD element that indicates the next available quest in the main scenario. Also displays the next available quest for your current equipped job or class. By selecting scenario guide, you can confirm where these quests are located on the map. Okay. Way of the Conjurer is one. Okay. Close to home is an. Okay. We can get another quest from that woman. Muni promptress to Crowley Canopy. I hope I feel better too. Thank you everybody to listen for the thank you everybody for listening to the debate and for hanging out. I hope you have an excellent day and a good night if you're going to rest. God bless you all. Maloon Puppetress of the Caroline Canopy wants you to perform 2 tasks that will help you learn fundamentals of internet. Accept. Let's begin at the beginning, shall we? Now that you're a formal member of the Adventurers Guild, we must be sure you have a firm grasp of the fundamentals of adventure. To that end, I have 3 tasks I wish you to perform. The first task is to visit the Aetherite. This massive crystal stands in the middle of the Aetherite Plaza, not far from the Caroline Canopy. As a device that enables instantaneous transportation, the Aetherite plays a key role in the life of the ever-wandering adventurer. Once you have located the crystal, all you need to do is touch its surface. A member of the Wood Whalers will be present to offer further instruction. For the second task, you are to visit the Conjurer's Guild. There's no better place to learn the arts of conjuring. Oh, now Scott's also going to bed. Good night, Scott. For your third and final task, I will have you visit the markets at the heart of the old Gritania commerce. There you shall find weapons, armors, and other various items that you might need to travels. There is, however, more to the markets than buying and selling goods. Speak with Parsemontret and listen to what his counsel. The master merchant can be uncooperative type, so be sure to offer him one of my famous eel pies. You like so many men, he's much more charitable when so much is full. Here, I made a batch not long ago. You have task Doom. May Nafika guide your path. The relaxing music I found is an artist named Malty Martin. I recommend the song Trusting the Process. I will. I'll. You know what? I'll wait for somebody who's gonna play with me. But we'll listen to Trusting the Process for a second there. I probably should just finish that because he says like some anyway. Trusting the Process. Maldim? This one. Oh, it's 1 hour? Final Fantasy never appeared to you? Yeah. Wow, the resonance. That's actually pretty good. He was able to create a resonance like that. Thank you for the recommendation, Kat. Maybe it will help me get a little less sick. Yeah, it is beautiful. I wonder how much they cost. Oh, like $400. You know what? I can just bring it up. Here is the video. That's the video if you wanna go ahead and look at it yourself. Okay, so thank you very much for that. It's very, very cool. Thank you for showing that up. Oh man. It's not even that. I'm just like really, I don't know why, but I'm starting to feel really bad again. This sucks. Oh, it's fine. I'm home. It's fine. Yeah, but thank you very much for that. It's actually really good. I just don't think I can keep on playing it. I think it's gonna go to copyright. But it's I will probably listen to it tonight. Or when I'm on my own. It's just it feels really nice. I should feel bad for what I said. What in the? I didn't say anything to Cat. Stop the cap, bandit. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? The work they offer is unlikely to be the realm's shining importance, but prove your worth and a build reputation in time. Folk will be more inclined to work minus at the moment. I suggest that you lend an ear to a smith here in the canopy. The smiths are a trusted representative of Adventurers Guild. Invaluable source of advice for neophyte heroes seeking to attain greatness.
It's not a baby. It's a baby when it's born. I'm not using medical terminology.
Baby is not a medical term. Yeah, I was so mad earlier. I just screamed a few times through some stuff and then listened to the handpan. In a metal fabricator, I understand how to make that work. I would have to study on how to make the differential tonal sounds. I think it has to do with the indent. That's it. You didn't say anything when you should have said something. Oh, what? I wandered in and there's chat drama. I'm shocked. Shut up, Smoke Spaceman. There's no drama. You did miss my debate though, and I did have a great debate. Hi. Okay. Main menu. Oh yeah, let's go. Talk to the Smithy. Greetings, I'm one of the Smiths, a stalker of the fires, and forge your fortunes. Dedicated adventures have been interested in blah blah blah. I see you would recently taken up the adventure's mantle. The possibility stretching out before you must be positively deadly. I must like to debate on enemy territory, though. It's the only people that invite me to the debates. It's not my fault. But even in non-enemy territory, people hate me anyway. Crescent Moon icon will appear to the right of your experience bar whenever you enter the sanctuary, while in this special area you will accrue a rested bonus. The bonus will continue to grow even if you are offline. Okay, so you rest in the city and you get bonuses? By 50%. You can rest the bonus display on top of your experience bar. On the dark orange bar shows how much experience you can be earned before the bonus fades. If the bar is blue, in this case your bonus will carry over the next level. In cities, as well as various outposts and settlements, are classified sanctuaries to maximize your experience earnings potential. Make it a habit to always log out in one of these areas. Okay. Who won what debate? It was a debate about oh damn. It was a debate on morals. Do you need God to be moral? That was the debate. Yeah, it is pretty good. I've seen that different. Emmet's being caught playing the field, Mr. Casanova over here. I am not he. Look, dude, don't. Okay, just don't say that thing. I will remove those kind of comments. Just don't say that thing. Please. My fellow Smiths and I are here to provide you with guidance, but the guild also enlists a cadre of veteran adventurers who will be happy to share with their accumulated wisdom. You can recognize this helpful man and woman by their title of mentor. Okay. Mentors stand ready to advise you on aspect of adventuring. They have hundreds of quests under their belts, and they will likely have solution for whatever dilemma you might be causing you trouble. A mentor may even offer to accompany you on your adventures. Was it a long debate? Probably watch it, even though I can assume what your position argument was. Yes, I believe that God is necessary. It was 30 minutes long, probably about an hour and 20 minutes. It wasn't that long, although the debate itself was probably 40 minutes, 45 minutes. I highly recommend that you take advantage of a mentor and a mentor's aid to enrich your experiences in Eulsea. Pray do not hesitate to ask me if you would like to know more. I thought Kat had a boyfriend? Nah. Well, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. What is a novice network?
Only adventures can exclusive chat. Novice network. Mentors can join, leave when they wish. Okay. Novice networks can be left at any time by selecting the leave icon. Okay. Novice networks are a place where beginning players can share their experience and pose questions on adventuring to participating mentors. Be sure to take full advantage of this channel, but also remember to be polite and respectful while doing so. How do I earn the bonuses? 7,000? Dang, you cat. Then cat, you're cheap been busy. Yeah, they've been busy. Is this the same fantasy that Al has been playing? It is the same one. He convinced me to download it. Nothing. PvE combat, expert in PvP combat, expert in synthesis gathering. Mentors marked by can be considered master of all fields. Approach a mentor with the proper knowledge and will contribute yours. Okay. Can I finish that? Pressing them on your keyboard, select the minimap, select the map on the travel from the main menu with lower right hand corner screen. Bring up the area map. If a quest objective to locate in that area will be indicated with a special icon. Okay, we can move on, I guess. Wait. Level 1 close to home. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's get out of here. I think I have to go to the other thing. I need to go to the market, the roast, the bookkeeper, carpenters. I would say this is the market. Maybe? Yeah. Huh. I'm fine. That was fine. Brennan said for to prove the medal. And you got your fame for perhaps view confidence your ability to speak to Chancellor of the Good Skeever. You can find send a video before the Archers Guild. The creatures of the Dwellers would have been behaving most unnaturally of late, and it has fallen to the gods to quiver to pacify them. Alas, they are so sorely undermanned. Thank you. For this reason, they seek able adventurers to supplement their ranks. I'm certain your offer of aid will be well received. What is all this Digen bullshit? Nika. Well, some of them are. The Black Rabbit traders. Fornist. Emmett, have you been on any South American cruises lately? No. Attune yourself to the aetheryte found inside the city. Oh, okay, I have to do that one first. I know what you're referring to. No, I haven't been to any South American anything. There we go. Nice. Greetings, adventurers. See your faithful fallen mother Mune instructions. Allow me to offer you a bit of instruction myself. I am Nisia of the Wood Whalers, and I know a thing or two about the aetheryte. Yes, a big crystal right here. Aetherites are devices to tap into the ethereal energies and are primarily used as means to travel swiftly from one place to another. I'm glad my chat is so cool. I can't do this. I can't read. It's not hard. Aetherites devices that tap into the ethereal energies that are primarily used as means to travel swiftly from one place to another. Return to teleport. The most common transportation spells make direct use of aetherites and their connection to the flow of ether. And these devices are found in almost every corner of Orzea. Any adventurer worthy of the name will wish to seek out and attune himself to each one. Truly few things in this world so useful as an intrepid explorer. You need to locate them all at once. Before rushing on to the wilds, I suggest to start with the aetherites found in Gridania. Should you wish to learn more about the aetherite or transportation magic, I am here to answer your questions. Okay. I have the return spell now. Okay. Next, visit the Conjurer's Guild. Where is the Conjurer's Guild? It has to be Null Grindania, right? Lancer's Guild. Conjurer's Guild. So there's where we're going next. I mean, people keep telling me that I use the bait bro tactics all the time and everything, and I find it funny because it's a debate. So what am I supposed to do, right? Am I supposed to use logical arguments and use, because that's what they mean by debate bro tactics. It's like, oh, debate bro. It's like, no, I'm asking questions. I'm under. I don't even know. What you're saying is this. It's not an argument. It's a question. I'm asking a question about it.
Yeah, man, that's disgusting. Never say anything. Never do that again.
Never
do logical again. Never do logic ever again. I can't believe he did that on stream too.
Yeah. Well, what do you want me to say? Okay, I'm done with live. I guess I guess I have to find the reality of what is to come. It wasn't a debate with OG, it was a discussion. Yes, and I didn't use debate tactics against him. I was asking questions about his worldview so that I can understand it better. I hope. And by the way, we agreed on morals. It was just force. It doesn't even matter. Herald, worldview. What? Okay. Mini. Brian is busy preparations about the coming ceremony. I was preparing for the forthcoming auguries when I found to my great embarrassment that we lacked the requisite quantity of scarlet oil. If it's not too much to ask, I would be most grateful if you could resupply us in the time for the ceremony. The scarlet oil can be harvested from ladybugs. Okay. Such as those found near the Bannock 6 of the Veal King should yield a necessary amount. Pray return to me as soon as you have it. Okay. I will. Thank you, woman who I don't know. I would think is the guildmaster that I need to talk to. What is conjuring? And in these. What do you do here? I am brother Izumi-jan. What I seen was you tried to put OG in a box, attack the box, and not content of his worldview. Okay. If you think me asking questions about whatever he believes in is me putting him in a box, then I did it. I'm so fucking mean about it. But the reality is that I didn't even use tactics. I was quite literally trying to figure out what he was saying and why. Is El Bandito? Is that you, Elder?
No.
I think it's you. I think you're making fun of me.
No, it's not me.
You have to understand that they are taking the position that they're victims in all of this. All they're doing, like, I'm sorry, but if I were to say to him, they're like saying, oh, they're just using bro tactics. The bait bro tactics, you know? You're just saying the bait bro tactics, but I didn't do that. If I was going to do a debate bro tactic, I would be like, that's a fallacy. That would be the first thing I would have said. That this is a fallacy. This is a fallacy because of this. You're not supposed to be doing this in a conversation. You're being fallacious. What I was trying to figure out was if he actually supported abortion or not. And he does. And my point of the whole conversation was that at the end of the day, if how you're going to fix society is by deleting babies, then I guess that's it, right? I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't think you have anything interesting or important or any way that you can come to a conclusion that whatever you're saying is actually good. And I apologize if that means that I'm using the bait bro tactics. It's like, my duty is to the babies. My duty is to defend the babies. It's not to make something in society supposedly better because I think it might be in a way that I cannot even explain it. Sorry, what you said?
Like, debates are just structured conversations. That's all it is. What I will say is some of the things that I've heard is what they seem to think conversations are teaching sessions. It's strange. I've never actually there's ways of like conversations are like bullshitting with each other. Like, you know, just talking about your day or the weather or whatever. That's what the type of conversations I think they're referring to. But but the way they defined it specifically, just the way I've heard it be defined so far, is what they think it is a teaching session. Two people teaching each other something or something like that. Like two professors walking up in their white coats, just pepper spraying information at each other. That's what they think conversations are.
But at the end of the day, it was about that. It was because I wasn't making I wasn't making arguments.
Even then, it's
if you see you know what? Maybe I should go through that conversation. And the reason why I should go through it is just to point out that I wasn't debating, because I wasn't. Today I was debating. Today I came out and I literally pointed out his contradiction. I said, this is a fallacy of authority. This is why it's a fallacy of authority. This is a fallacy of consensus and I told why it's a fallacy of consensus. And I went to the point of it. And you can say, well, that I was using debate tactics in a sense, and I would be more inclined to accept it. But with Orthodox guy, yes, I made logical conclusions and I asked him about them through his argumentation. But he can say no, and I could be like, well, that's, then what do you mean? Or I could go on, but all he did was complain about me being a debate bro for some reason. Which is the epitome of bad faith. That is exactly the... did you see the chat diversity versus Jane Bob is an excellent example.
Well, I mean, this is what I mean by this is like debating is literally just structure within conversation. They're like rules that you put within conversations. So like even if there is no like opposing view, there's still the internal critique that is part of debate. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but because conversation and debate are so close together that it's actually hard to know when one or the other is happening. So it becomes subjective for most people when that actually happens. Me, I think pretty much every conversation I have that's not like, about the weather or trying to talk through something with somebody that, like emotional stuff. Emotional stuff, I don't think are debates. That's like, I don't know. There's different categories of types of conversations, but for the most part, most conversations are just a type of debate. Just depends on how strict you want to be with the rules.
What is a debate? What is a debate-like action? Exactly.
Me or the chat?
Yeah, you just did a debate-like action because the assumption of what the idea of a conversation is. No, he wasn't giving you an idea of a conversation. He was giving you what a debate is. The debate is just a conversation that has more rules. There are more things you ought to do or you ought not to do. But yeah, in the chat diversity debate, it starts and chat says at the beginning of the conversation, "Oh, I hope this is in good faith." And then he's, Jim Bob is asking him some questions about Mormonism, and the first thing that happens in the conversation is he goes on, and he starts, instead of answering the questions, he starts asking Jim Bob questions instead, right? And he is like, dude, it's not about me. We're talking about Mormonism. I'm trying to learn about Mormonism from you. Let me ask you these questions so you can, give me the answers. That's the point of it.
Also, like, this is what I hear when somebody, whenever somebody says that I'm just using debate tactics or something. When somebody says that they just want to have a conversation, well, I could have a conversation with somebody. I could talk about Final Fantasy and poke fun at cat girls and shit like that. But when we're talking about something that's important, there has to be rules for that. If we're trying to figure something out that's important, not only for me and you, but for society at large, there has to be rules there so that we can come to correct conclusions to it. So,
and by the way, he sent me a message. Just saying, I'm just gonna say this, but he sent me a message saying, "I want to argue with you." So he wasn't telling me that we want to have a conversation. He want to argue with me. That was the message I received, and I wasn't going to. I did it because I was like, okay, I had a kind of a relationship working with you. I will go on. And at the end of the conversation, I also said, "Is this it? You have any other topics? Anything else you want to talk about?" And then that's when I left after he said no. So I don't see these debate bro-ish things, which is also a way of saying bad faith. By the way, it's just a way of saying bad faith.
Yeah, what I was saying is that whenever somebody brings up that they just want to have a conversation, but they want to talk about something important, and then they get upset about using logical structure within the conversation. So it comes off as somebody saying, "Hey, I want to play basketball with you, but I want to be able to slap you across the face and you not be able to do anything about it."
I want to play basketball with you, but if I score, I also get the ball back. And if you score, I also get the ball back.
Yeah, it becomes a ruleless kind of thing where anything can happen and nobody's ever actually going to be proven right or wrong because nobody actually has any structure to anything that they're saying. It just becomes shit talking, which is fine. You can shit talk. You could even just give like your opinion about something and not really want to have to talk about it. That's like it. If you want to actually consider that, if you want to actually be correct, though, there has to be rules. There has to be rules of the game.
Question now, Elder. If I embrace this thing about conjurer, I become a conjurer and I cannot change my class later, or like I'm fucked in that sense.
Well, the classes are jobs on here. You can have all the jobs on one character.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Once you're level, I think 10 or 15, you can change to a bunch of different classes.
Unless you wonder how can so coolly order taken life, new things are not as the consequence of calamity. And I may add, through no fault of their own, these creatures have become a burden to the 12's wood. A burden cannot well bear.
I will say this: you're starting out with probably the best job story. Conjure's probably the best early game job story.
Go now, Doom, and perform your first task in the name of the elementals. What I'm talking about is outside the idea of bad fate. It's hard to explain in chat with limited characters. I mean, if you wanna come up, you don't have to cam out. You don't have to cam up or anything. But if you wanna try to explain it, yeah, here's the link. Let's move out of here. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I had to do some stuff.
Are you a girl?
No.
Why do you have a girl ponytail?
Not a girl ponytail, it's a manly ponytail. Why do you have girly highlights?
I don't. You have highlights too. You cannot say shit about highlights.
That's graying hair. That's growing into distinguishing.
It's quite literally. You have highlights.
These are highlights. My hair is graying.
Those are. What is the name that frosted tips? Those are frosted tips. You know it. I know.
No, they're not frosted tips. My hair is graying out.
No. Posen Montret? What is Posen Montret? You know who he is? You know where he is at?
But I don't know. You can click the quest and it'll just take you right where you need to go. You just click it.
Oh, I need to go back to New Gradania. Do I? Yeah, I do.
Hell, I gotta get all these damn aetherite crystals.
Alright, you get going. I'm finishing the first quest. It has to do with manipulating the framework of the conversation itself. Okay.
Yeah, there are like manipulative, like debate tactics that rely on fallacious argumentation that can sway people. That can happen in debates, but that's not what debate is. It's actually going outside the rules. Is trying to poke someone in the eye in a boxing ring. That's what.
Okay.
A lot of people.
Well, this is how we started. This debate started with morals are subjective. And I said morals are collective. It depends on the collective of the population what morals are. He ended up agreeing with that because we're talking about enforcement. We care about who is enforcing what. So at that point in the debate, in fact, in the conversation, we moved over. We already talk about morals, and it's just force, in a sense. But it has nothing to do with me. It's just what we agreed upon, in a sense. Where am I? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay. And I wasn't trying to manipulate anything, because I was going through his answers. Like, maybe you can say you were trying to make him look bad, and probably I was. But it was because of a contradiction in the moral axiom, right? If morality is just collective, and right now we're deleting babies in record numbers, and you feel that's bad, well, there's nothing bad about it, because we decided that it was right. So if you're morally indignant about it, I don't understand why. But it has nothing to do with me. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just take this shit too personally for no reason, and then, then they get mad about stuff that I'm not going to say that.
People do take it too seriously. It's not important. At the end of the day, like, his criticism was, well, Emmet, what you're doing is not conducive to getting power. And it's like, well, if that's the case, that's fine. But I'm not gonna. At that point, I agree with you, Elder. Like, if I have to sell it, if I have to go on and delete babies to get power, or I have to not do it, even if I have no power and I have to be under the mercy of whoever is in power, you know, and if they're gonna delete me, I will just accept the deletion, because I'm not gonna change the fact that I'm not going to compromise on the idea of deletion of babies. It's just not gonna happen. I prefer not to have power at that point.
For me, most of my problems with specifically our society itself is that it just feels like there's so many times, so many places where I could accidentally be kind of sacrificing something within me for the greater good, you know. And I don't know if that's actually the way I should treat things. Because it's ultimately, like, this is the way I see it. There's been saints that have been martyred for sprinkling ashes on an idol. They were willing to be martyred for that. I'm 100% willing to be martyred for getting rid of abortion. And I'm 100% unwilling to contribute anything towards it being continued.
I've been learning some stuff, and I started recognizing the debate space, whether it's intentional or unconsciously occurring, I don't know. Like, I understand that there's people who is like, well, what you said is, like, the way you... Because I wasn't this is the thing, I wasn't presenting an argument. I was asking questions, and you can say, well, the question was bad faith, fine. But if that is the case, then tell me why. And, for example, one of the things that people got angry about was, he says, babies are parasites. And I said, if they're parasites, why shouldn't we delete them all? And you can say, well, that's a bad framework. But a parasite is like, a parasite is not part of your species, first off. And second off, that thing that is not part of your species, in most cases, needs to get completely destroyed. 7-hour game progress wiped by some autosave BS. I'm so bummed. Oh, damn. What happened? What happened, Bree? Such goods are the providence of Rosewood Stalls, directly south of here. You will be pleased to learn that the merchants of Grindania are extremely particular when it comes to the craftsmanship, so we don't need to fear defective straps or the like. If it's potions of paraphernalia you seek, head to the north of the Ebony Stalls. The shelves are lavishly stocked by widely traveled Uldan merchants, and I will truly say that I've been seeing things amongst their myriad wares that I scarcely knew existed. Do you follow me thus far? The step in any purchase is to select the stalls that meet your ends. Then you may concern yourself with price and profit. And the other thing, Spaceman, is that I didn't... If you look at me, I can be mad, and I can talk about it in this way, but the only thing I haven't done is say that they were in bad faith. Or shit on them, and I'm not going to. Lol, Dragon Dogma? Okay. There's a little more I can teach you with mere words. Peruse? the stalls and see for yourself what wares they offer. There is no substitute for first-hand experience, after all. I am wary of talking unless you have another eel pie. Okay. This fucking guy. Is there like anything I need to buy right now? No, I don't think so, right? Jesus. Oh, you can get XP for... That's cool.
Yeah, you get a little bonus XP. When you're level 15, there's actually something that you can do that'll get you a ring that gives you like a 30% XP buff.
This reminds me of Final Fantasy XI. They have the same thing.
Yeah, they got a lot of shit that stacks up. Once you're late game, you're like literally level 1 to 30 for like maybe 5 minutes.
How long? Oh, 30 minutes. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, it's because they need all this. Okay. I think I already have one. I don't think I have enough. So this is weapons. Listen, you don't have to come up, and I'm not even attacking you, and I know your stance. It's fine. I'm just like, when it comes to no, that's fine. It's not bad. When it comes to that kind of thing, the only thing I have like a problem with in general is the idea that I'm acting in some kind of bad faith or anything. I don't understand. I don't want to accept. Okay, I have 4 quests already. Why do you have a face tattoo? What? Your character's so weird.
Because I'm badass.
You're not badass. That's okay.
I'm 100% badass.
You're also not a goth. Oh no, it's raining. I don't want to go out
by
in
the
the
way,
rain.
I don't know if you actually have this in your mailbox. If there's a Moogle somewhere, there might be an earring that gives you a 30% XP boost. I don't know if you have that or not, though.
I have a chocobo feather. That's it.
Oh, where's this damn Moogle? I think it's at the main Aetheryte crystal.
Oh, the Aetheryte crystal is... There's a shard. Nice.
Let's see, where is this fucking Moogle? There he is.
No, I didn't... listen, you have your opinions. I'm not like... People think, unless I have an actual problem with you directly, I don't really care. Like, I will not have brought it up. I didn't remember it, to be honest. I didn't remember you had said that. So me, yeah, I would have never known. And I would have taken it against you. If your opinion is I did a shit job at, you know, if your opinion had been, hey, you did a shit job, well, presenting your argument or talking to Orthodox guy, my answer would be, oh, well, you know, oh, that's your opinion, it's fine. I will try to be better. That is the only thing that I have, right? It's like, I'm gonna come to you and be like, oh, you have an opinion, how evil of you. I'm so hungry. God, my fuck. Oh no, and the cat came up and my face is on fire. I feel like every part of my face is burning. Stupid cat. Oh. I can't go in the rain, then God may will get ruined. True. But apparently I put up something.
He's genetically golf.
So that it doesn't happen. I cannot emphasize enough how important this is to learn your talents. Okay. Thankful you are an obliging Sordum is adventures like you who will win hearts of the locals and pave the way for those who follow. I pray Gridania can rely on your aid.
Oh my god, this fucking ice cream melted. What the fuck?
Oh, I want ice cream. It's too late to go for ice cream.
Oh, well, I had to throw that away. I got an ice cream out of the freezer, put it on my desk. I forgot how long it had been there. I opened it and it just fucking immediately... It came out of the package all right, then just immediately fell apart.
I speak with Cantaloupe. Where is Cantaloupe? Is it inside the place? Yeah, but again, if it's a shitty tactic, tell me why.
You're looking for something in the air. Could be down these steps.
Let's go down the steps then.
I'm gonna eat a fucking Nutri-Grain bar because I can't have ice cream.
Hey, me mama. Are these people or are these NPCs? Farar and mi mama. Arrivals, Hilda. What? I don't see anything there. Yeah, if you're gonna be like a debate tactic is bad faith, then that is the thing that I was saying, right? Debate tactic is just another way of saying bad faith. Which is another way of saying you're acting in a way that is bad. And if that is the case, and we agree that there's no actually good or bad, it's just what is enforced. If I can do it, then it wouldn't be bad. And I'm not even prescribing to that notion. That's what I said. If I did a shitty job, then I'll try to do better. But yeah. Like you can say the worst part of me was when I said about the parasite, but I really believe that if you have a parasite, you should delete the parasite. Get away from that. I'm so confused. Oh, the Archers Guild, and this is... Okay, I know where to go now.
I feel like I could just right-click it and select follow, and I don't have to do anything. I'm using you like a taxi cab right
Playing a game. I'm playing a game. Why would I play a game that I don't have to do anything?
now. I'm enjoying myself.
Spiro, this whole thing sounds like a lot of donkey balls, and that's bad. Donkey balls are the bait tactic. I am the bait broing you. Now and forever. Bird of threat sent you to me? Well, inexperienced or not, you wish to prove your worth, people of Gridania. You were right to come. You wish to prove yourself, do you not? Sure. Let's go. Quest complete. Yeah, but who am I manipulating? Because I'm not manipulating Orthodox guy. I don't think anybody that knows me got manipulated by me. Like, I had less, like, in a way you can say that I did a shitty job because I have less people watching. It's like fine. But who am I manipulating? What was my point of manipulating? Who? Orthodox guy? Okay, yeah, I can use that for restoration. I know. The good squib station send you. Okay. Ordinary forest fungors inhabiting the central shell are not more than nuisance. However, we have received reports of vast clouds of the creature spores have rendered past the Tollswood passable. We believe to cut the fungal population to prevent such occurrence, with the creatures have taken sprawling out of season, making it even more difficult to keep the numbers in check. That this is indeed troubling development. The goods quiver has more pressing concerns. I cannot afford to waste time fighting fungars. Spiro, I'm gonna manipulate you, okay? Listen, guy. Okay? This is a bunch of donkey balls. That's what it is, okay, guy? Jesus Christ, Spiro. But I cannot manipulate the conversation. I can only manipulate people. Yeah, the only manipulation I do is calling people brokies. Even when he was complaining, I didn't take it as he was wrong, and he said like, it's not true. I was like, just give. I don't know. You know, I'm gonna go into it. Look, Emmet, your mom just called me and said I'm the master manipulator. Shut up. You fucking DJ. If you're a broke boy, you say so. No, I'm not. So can manipulate me, call me daddy. Jesus. Spiro daddy Philopoulos. Philopoulos. Sucks. Obtain a spearhead from Gucci. Obtain a beeswax from Miranda. Obtain a brim bubble. Okay.
Did you say you're gonna pull a spear out of Gucci? What the fuck?
That's what it said. Oh, is this outside of the city? Yeah, it's outside of the city. How do you do the thing that just walks automatically?
Middle mouse button.
Oh, I thought it automatically took me to the place I wanted to go, but it doesn't. Worst game ever. 0 out of 10.
Now you gotta find somebody to follow around. That's how you automatically get there.
Screw you. Your mom called me DJ. What? Before, Jesus. I'm not even reading that. I'm not even reading that bullshit, okay? You want me to read that? Donate. Manipulate me into reading that. Well, I call you a brokey and manipulate you into donating. I'm not doing this anymore.
Oh shit, did it automatically make me...
Right click on target to switch to active mode and ready to auto attack, approach and face the target to start the battle. The arrows will appear, various actions can be performed, most actions require magic to execute. Disciples of magic, disciples of what? You form a party with other parties. Do you have like the sealing action from Final Fantasy XI to recover health and mana?
You just automatically do if you're not in combat.
Well, you do in the other ones as well, but you usually get more.
No, this is like almost instant.
To arrow? Oh, fuck. Everything attacked me at the same time? Why do you do... Oh, okay.
I don't even know if it actually counts for you.
Yeah, they count. I need to attack them at least once, I think, for they count. Otherwise. Alright, I need to find forest fungus now. Oh no, wait, ladybugs. One more ladybug.
Shit. I'm too powerful. I'm one-shotting everything.
Oh yeah, that I got
so
that.
You gotta get a face tattoo in.
Well, now what I
face
need
tattoo,
is...
you'd be able to one-shot people.
Probably. I need that to go to the fungus. Are those things aggressive? The ants?
They'll look good aggro to you. Well, no, those big ones won't. Not here, at least.
Okay.
But if you're lucky, a special mob level 50 will spawn somewhere and just randomly one-shot you. That's always fun.
Let's go find more fungus.
Here's one. Oh shit, I one-shot.
That's okay, you can one-shot them. One more. And I'm done with all the quests that I have, I think. Hey. I'm going back. You can tell me what to do, by the way, if I'm just losing time or something.
Well, I have no idea what you have to do.
I just started the game. I'm doing basic quest.
Yeah, you just do that till you're at certain level points, and then I can tell you stuff to do that makes things easier. For the most part, it's just like following whatever the main story quest tells you to do. Side quests are kind of pointless, especially on this world, because it has like a really high XP bonus, because there's not very many people playing on this server. So you get like double the XP you normally would, so you don't have to do side quests. Not really, at least. You'll be over leveled just doing the main story quest.
Okay, let me brave bro you. If your mom is my lover, does that make me your blood relative? If so, does that mean the intermingling of blood give me the right to claim the same ancestry as you? And if so, does that explain my son's desire for nachos and salsa from a large brimmed hat and to shoot pew-pews into the air and say andale? I mean, technically, DNA pools were mixed in the most intimate way, right? Debate bro that. No, we don't share DNA, even if you were to be my stepdad. Oh, hempen hat. Should I get the hempen hat or the eye patch? I'm gonna go with this one. I don't think it matters
Whichever
that
one
much.
gets you the most stats. Early game, all of that doesn't mean anything. Gear doesn't really separate until around level 30.
Yeah, I took the one with the most stats. Yeah. Wait, what is it? Where's my stuff? Where's
Press
the
Control
equipment?
I.
I can't use it.
What is it?
It
Discipline
has
of
a
War?
big X on it. I think it's the level. It's level 5. I think I'm level 4. Yeah. That's the reason why.
The only real separation that will have an early game is some things are discipline of mage, discipline of war. That's the only separation early game. For the most part, everything is the same.
The oil to Graya, so we'll move on. You know why they call it stepdad, right? Because some random step into things real dad should be step. Shut up! What the fuck's wrong with you? Jesus!
Well, he's not wrong with that last one.
I know, but but that means shit to me. The fact that you're supposed to be right is not actually right. Why do people don't play that much this server? Is it because it's like the 4 or 5 server on the list? And I still had like to wait for me to get into the server, so
Yeah, I forgot why they do that, but it's not actually because the server's congested. It's just you loading into the game. Or it's just you connecting to the server. But it's like they give XP bonuses on data centers that don't have a whole lot of people in it. This data center in general, which means all the worlds within Dynamis. So the data center itself is not super well populated. They try to get more people to join by giving them bonus twice the normal XP. The only downside of that is that you pretty much have to be a healer or tank to be able to get any Qs to pop at all. It's server or data center dependent too, because there's for some reason on my data center on my main character, nobody likes tanking.
Nobody likes tanking.
Yeah, nobody likes tanking on the data center I play on. On this server, nobody likes healing.
That's what debate is, man. You stay truths and pummel your opponents with logic, like pummeling other things that you real dad should. Shut up, dude. What is wrong with you? You know what? You're too debate bro for me. I have no arguments. You win. Like my stepdad should win anyway. Oh man. You know what? I'm gonna end my stream. I'm gonna get something to eat, and I'll be back in a little while just to play for a little while. Shut up. You know who likes thanking? Your mom. She knows. She thanks me all the time. How you been? How have you been, Spiro? How the fuck have you been? Oh wait, is there more? Brother Isumi wants you to learn about the element of earth. Shut up. Oh man. Screw you, why mom? I can do the same thing. I'm not going to, but I could. Well, I'm doing what I can. People are very mad at me because I'm the babe broing and shit. Like, the reality is that when the whole thing happened with Panelverse, with Sarah, there's been like a divide in the communities, and people just get really angry about it. I knew it was going to happen anyway. Yeah, I said I was gonna end the stream, gonna get something to eat, and you know, be back, probably play for a little while.
Alright. I don't know how this shit works.
I can
see if I could actually.
Oh yeah.
I've never actually added anyone to a friends list on this game before. That's a first for me.
I mean, I'm very bad at social games. It's really weird because I play MMOs as a single player, and usually it's because people invite me, and then I stop because.
Well, this game is the most solo, like single player friendly MMO that I've ever played. You literally don't even have to join like real people at all anymore.
Okay, I'll be back a little bit later. I hope you are surviving, Spiro. Let me say bye and get to eating. I'll be logging in a little bit later.
All right, let me know.
Yeah, I'll send you a message.
I'm gonna go probably play some of the main story on the stream.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Take care. Yeah. Yeah, I don't dude, we have to do something together, okay? You gotta come back into my stream and just stream together for a little while. I know you've been surviving, but dude, you're a legend. And yeah, I hope everything gets better and everything works out. But I've been missing you, and we need someone who is able to just be funny sometimes. So I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad to know you're fine. I'm sorry I'm a bad friend. Um so yeah, I just dude, you are a legend. No, of course. 100%, right? I will never presume anything else. So, yeah, I'm just glad you're around. God bless you, man. I'm gonna go eat something. I don't feel really well, so I'm just gonna take a little bit of a rest. Tomorrow, I'm gonna find something I can do to grift. Tomorrow is grift day, so I'm gonna try to do that. Um, yeah, we need more of the spirit debate, bro. I mean, we need that. Spirit, it is the first line of defense. You are. I was like not super impressed with AI, but I was like really having problems with debating like AI, right? Like having an idea of what AI was, well, not what it was, but why it was wrong in a sense. And it was thanks to you that I was able to actually understand what the problems of AI and how to deal with it. So, man, you're actually a legend, and it's incredible. Thank you everybody who sent a dono, and I hope you enjoyed the debate. The debate's gonna be up. I recommend you to go watch it so that you understand what I mean when it comes to morality. To me, the idea of morality is simply it has to do with justification. So having a good reason to believe. Otherwise, it's just fairy tales in a sense. But it's fairy tales on both sides, and there is nothing but force. So that is the point that I'm making when it comes to objective and subjective morality. Is that I will give you your due if that is the case, but then everything I say is moral because I say so. And I understand that there is like things that people want to do when it comes to the political ideation in a sense. And we agree in a lot of senses. It's just there are places where I don't, and I'm never going to pretend that I do just because you want me to. God bless you all. Have an excellent night. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. Go be happy somewhere on the internet when people are having a lot more fun. Take care, everyone. God bless, and have a great night. Oh, and let me find somewhere to send you if you want me to. Let me find somewhere to send everybody. Obviously, I know where to send you. I know exactly the place you should go over. Um. Here it is. So, can the force be influences the Schwartz? It has, and it will always be.
So at the end of the day, the Force belongs to the one true God. And they piss him off every now and again, and he has to get rid of it.